This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Comprehension Ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3, 20 years, 5,000 words, please subscribe, _2. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded. Then I'll be going first. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He too had come to pay homage to the Xia-Qin Supreme Being. Lin, the Deputy Tower Master? Lin Yuan's expression was stunned as he recognized the other person. Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, was positioned under the Xia-Qin Supreme Being at the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Previously, when handling the affairs of the insect race on the battlefields of different races, it was Lin who acted against the Yuan clan on behalf of human civilization. With his own power, Lin suppressed several 10th-rank elders of the Yuan clan who hid in the Yuan secret realm and didn't dare to come out until he had demolished the entire fringe regions of the Yuan clan. Additionally, when the Xia-Qin Supreme Being bestowed the soul-settling pearl, it was Lin who crossed the vast distances to personally deliver it to Lin Yuan's hands. By now, Lin Yuan also had a deep understanding of Lin's strength, a grade A of 10th rank and a terrifying existence within grade A. Out of the 9 evolution towers of human civilization, all the Deputy Tower Masters are 10th rank. And why not 11th rank? Those at the 11th rank were each preparing to challenge the ultimate, never readily giving up, even with slim hopes. The role of Deputy Tower Master in the evolution towers mostly involved dealing with trivial matters outside the path of evolution, matters that supreme beings couldn't bother with and 11th rank evolvers had no time for. Therefore, those serving as Deputy Tower Masters were generally 10th rank evolvers. Of course, to highlight the status of the Deputy Tower Masters, only those who could at least begin at a grade A 10th rank were eligible, and Lin was one of the outstanding leaders among them. Galaxy Master. Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, nodded slightly. He naturally recognized Lin Yuan too. Nowadays, the name of Galaxy Master was as bright as the sun within human civilization, bolstered by various halos. It was hard not to notice him. However, Lin felt no different emotion for the situation, as the Galaxy Master indeed deserved this recognition. At least, Lin himself hadn't reached the heights of Galaxy Master when he was at the 9th rank. Whoosh. Lin Yuan exited from the Supreme Being's personal world. Supreme Being. Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, looked up, gazing at the high throne where Xia-Qin Supreme Being sat. Supreme Being seems in good spirits. Lin was curious. He rarely saw Xia-Qin Supreme Being show emotional fluctuations. Reaching the level of Supreme Being with eternal existence, hardly anything could pique their interest anymore. I have seen the future of human civilization, Xia-Qin Supreme Being said, with a smile. Lin Yuan had such insight into the rule of time at the 9th rank. Moreover, with the establishment of the martial arts evolution system, in Xia-Qin's view, Lin Yuan had much stronger hopes of reaching the ultimate than those other 11th rank evolvers of human civilization. The future of human civilization? Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, was somewhat puzzled. Only the lofty Supreme Beings seemed fit to bear that phrase. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The guidance from the Supreme Being indeed allowed me to take a shortcut. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Without that explanation from Xia-Qin Supreme Being, even if he could have grasped the 3U time index, it would have taken him several months, or even a year or two. But such guidance was effective because it was built on the foundation of my own accumulation. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before consulting the Supreme Being, Lin Yuan had been trapped by this bottleneck for a while and had tried various approaches. It was because of this that, with just a slight explanation from Xia-Qin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan was able to immediately integrate and understand. If he hadn't tried various methods before and sought to consult the Supreme Being immediately upon encountering a bottleneck, he probably wouldn't have achieved such an effect. Xia Qin Supreme Being told me to figure out all the time models and then visit him again. Lin Yuan remembered the advice Xia Qin Supreme Being gave before he left. Milky Way main star. Chunbo, Jiali, Hongpi, and several other administrators paid their respects to Lin Yuan. Normally, matters of the Milky Way main star, and even those of the Milky Way star region, were decided after discussions among them, and the results were then unanimously reported to Lin Yuan. They would only seek an audience with Lin Yuan if there were situations they couldn't decide on or weren't qualified to handle. Star Lord, Chunbo, Jiali, and the others were very respectful, looking at the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Just looking at him, they felt their spirits tremble, with no thoughts of resistance arising. It was as if ordinary citizens or first-rank evolvers, faced with the starry sky wanderer Koan larger than a planet, were pressured by the essence of life, lacking any hostile thoughts. The Star Lord is already concealing his aura as much as possible, but we still feel a great pressure. How strong is the Star Lord exactly? The main star administrators couldn't help but wonder. Now, amongst my human civilization, the Star Lord's reputation even surpasses many 10th rank evolvers. The events at the Xianhuang secret realm have caused many different species to both hate and fear the Star Lord. As 8th rank evolvers, the few present were well informed and had access to the upper echelons of human civilization, having long heard about the recent events at the Xianhuang secret realm. The current strength of the Star Lord probably far exceeds that of the old master by now. Hongpi and the two 8th rank aliens from different species silently marveled. The old master was worried that the Star Lord, newly advanced to the 8th rank, might be bullied upon taking charge of the star domain. How much time has passed since then, and who would dare to bully the Star Lord now? Hongpi and the others were deeply moved, as they could be considered Lin Yuan's inner circle of confidants, from the time of Chikuan's Star Lord to now the Galaxy Master. As members of different species, Hongpi and the others were destined not to have much development within human civilization. Their only reliance was the Galaxy Master. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3. 20 years, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. What is it? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, with most of his mind still absorbed in comprehension and cultivation, and looked towards the few people in front of him. He had long since left instructions that unless there was a situation they could not decide on, or something that could affect the entire star domain, they should not disturb him as much as possible. This was also the normal practice for most Star Lords stationed in a star domain, spending the majority of their time in seclusion. Star Lord, Hongpi said respectfully, not long ago, the Shadow Tribe contacted us, wanting to establish a trade passage with the Milky Way star region. The Shadow Tribe? A trade passage? With a slight thought, Lin Yuan knew all the details of the matter. The territory of the Milky Way star region was originally the land of the Shadow Tribe. It was only after losing to the Human Civilization Alliance on the battlefields of different races that they were forced to withdraw. So, in fact, the Milky Way star region was adjacent to the territory of the Shadow Tribe. I see. Lin Yuan's expression was thoughtful. No wonder Chunbo, Jiali, and Hongpi, Bian, and a few other managers made a special visit to Lin Yuan. This was indeed something they couldn't decide on their own. Establishing a trade route with a different species has always been a sensitive issue, let alone with a species that is hostile to human civilization. Some resources of the Shadow Tribe are indeed very useful to our human civilization, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the Shadow Tribe's specialty, Shadow Stone, an essential material for constructing high-grade warships, could enhance the stealth capabilities of the ships. Agreed. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan still agreed. Proper trade with different species could accelerate the development of the star domain. If Lin Yuan were still the 8th layer, he definitely wouldn't dare to engage so deeply with the Shadow Tribe. But now that he was at the 9th rank and was a 9th ranker evolving towards the 10th rank, the Shadow Tribe's threat obviously did not concern him. As long as the degree of trade is controlled and some of the trade resources on the side of human civilization are regulated, there should be no problems. Of course, the most important thing was the control over establishing a trade passage with the Shadow Tribe was entirely in Lin Yuan's hands, and he could terminate it at any time. Good. Chunbo, Jiali, and Hongpi, Bayan, and the other managers exchanged glances, immediately knowing what to do. In fact, trading with the Shadow Tribe was definitely more beneficial than harmful, but aside from the Star Lord, no one dared to make that decision. Anything significant happen in the Star Domain recently? Asked Lin Yuan. No significant events. Bayan composed his words and said, as the Star Lord's fame spreads, more and more trade associations are willing to establish branches on the main star. The development of the main star is much quicker than expected. For a fringe starfield of human civilization to develop quickly, the first key aspect to consider is stability and safety. Fringe starfields border with different species, and clashes occur frequently. Thus, at this time, the strength of the Star Lord becomes very important. A strong Star Lord can shelter the Star Domain, giving all citizens within the safety and security. Under such circumstances, large groups and companies are naturally willing to set up operations there. After all, the fringe starfield signifies not only distance but also untapped opportunity. Securing it means a steady flow of wealth. After interacting with Chunbo, Jiali, Hongpi, Bayan, and a few other managers for a while, understanding the current situation of the Milky Way star region, Lin Yuan waved his hand for them to leave. Now the Milky Way star region has started to turn a profit. Last year and the year before, just the tax revenues added together reached 8,000 cubic universe crystals. Lin Yuan thought to himself, 8,000 cubic universe crystals were roughly equivalent to the entire wealth of an 8th layer evolver. Of course, such tax revenue from the Milky Way star region was not unrelated to Lin Yuan's influence. An ordinary 8th layer Star Lord couldn't possibly achieve this income, regardless of how well they managed their star domain. At the deepest part of the Xianhuang's secret realm, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his breath pulsating within him. Then it all retracted, spreading into every inch of flesh and blood in his body. Xianhuang physique has finally made minor accomplishments. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At the same time, an invisible field spread out 10 zhang, approximately 30 meters, around his body, originating from his physical being. Protective Xianhuang light. It was only after the Xianhuang physique made minor accomplishments that this ability derived, capable of blocking all attacks. Physical attacks, soul attacks, rule attacks, all fell within the defense range of the protective Xianhuang light. As long as the protective Xianhuang light was not broken, no calamity could harm Lin Yuan. This was one of the 3 great Dao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, showing the terrifying aspect of the defensive techniques. The minor accomplishments of the Xianhuang physique. Lin Yuan thought of the consumed Xianhuang crystals and winced a bit. Xianhuang crystals worth at least 100 million cubic universe crystals had only pushed this secret technique to minor accomplishments, and this did not even count the weapon treasures that Lin Yuan had consumed. Now, with just the protective Xianhuang light, those special 9th rankers can't break through my defense. His expression brightened a little. Although he had paid a lot, the return was equally gratifying. And there's the mysterious yellow strike. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, weaving strands of breath together. Apart from advancing in the Xianhuang physique, Lin Yuan had also cultivated the mysterious yellow strike to the 2nd stage. With every movement, he could maintain a permanent state with strength 3 times greater than his own. Aside from greater consumption, this explosive secret technique did not have any drawbacks and could remain permanent. In simple terms, there was no cooldown period after activation. Continue cultivating. After briefly surveying his own condition, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. With his current strength, he was quite decent among the 9th and 10th ranks, but he was far from touching the pinnacle of the Zhou cosmic starry sky. Even with the protection of human civilization's supreme being, Lin Yuan still felt that strength in his own hands was the safest. The protection of a supreme being? Better to become the supreme being oneself. Time flowed by slowly. In the undercurrents of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan, too, was continuously improving his strength through constant cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to temper the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words, please subscribe. Milky Way main star. 20 years have passed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the vast, boundless cosmic starry skies. In the primary cosmic starry sky of all races, the stronger the being, the less sensitive they are to the passage of time. It is perfectly normal for them to meditate for hundreds or thousands of years. Merely 20 years can hardly be considered a nap. Yet the changes this period brought to Lin Yuan were exceptionally significant. Firstly, both the mysterious yellow strike and the primordial yellow physique had reached their third stage of cultivation. By invoking the mysterious yellow strike, Lin Yuan could maintain a power that exceeded his own limits by 4 times at all moments. With every gesture, the power he could unleash was so great that even ordinary 10th rank grade D might proceed with caution. Of course, Lin Yuan had yet to engage with any 10th rank beings. His assessment came only from human civilization's recorded battle videos, where he estimated his own capabilities. It was almost unthinkable for a 9th rank to battle an 11th rank powerhouse, especially not one at the early G level of 10th rank. The leap from 9th to 10th rank represented a crossing of a great realm, not something that can be compensated for by simply creating billions more of spatial layers. Of course, the number of additional spatial layers that Lin Yuan had created was not just a few billion, but over 20 billion. Inner world. Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world. After 20 years of continuous absorption of the purple liquid inside the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had now officially broken through to 2 billion square miles. It seems that completely absorbing the purple liquid will only be possible after reaching 10th rank, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The difficulty of absorbing the purple liquid was even more than he had anticipated. Now, Lin Yuan was only about 50 years away from completing his metamorphosis and stepping into 10th rank. 50 years. Given the current efficiency of absorbing the purple liquid, complete absorption seemed virtually impossible. I wonder what changes the mysterious gourd will undergo after the purple liquid is fully absorbed. With that thought, Lin Yuan watched as a gray-purple gourd appeared before him. After another verification through the gourd, Lin Yuan received some information, including the nurturing of 7 types of liquids inside the gourd. However, what changes would occur after the absorption of all 7 liquids was unknown. Let's take it slowly. Lin Yuan no longer focused on his inner world, the step of space and time. Lin Yuan thought of the life-saving secret technique from the 3 great Tao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage. Compared to the rapid progress in the previous 2 skills, his advancement in this particular technique was considerably slower. However, slow as it might be, Lin Yuan had cultivated it to the extent that he could traverse tens of millions of light years in a single step. Of course, this ability to step tens of millions of light years came with one significant limitation. He could only take a total of 9 steps. After 9 steps, Lin Yuan would have crossed 90 million light years, at which point many of his internal energies would be depleted, a cost far greater than using his physical body divine ability, strengthening. Running out of power meant Lin Yuan would have no ability to resist, so generally speaking, he would not take all 9 steps in succession, as the cost was too great. The step of space and time is the integrated use of both the rule of time and the space rules. Perhaps for me, only after fully comprehending the rule of time could it become easier to grasp some of it. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled faintly. One of the prerequisites for an 11th rank powerhouse to make an ultimate breakthrough is to fuse the rule of time with the space rules. Normally, 11th rank powerhouse seeking to meld time and space had no clue how to start. However, in this secret technique, Lin Yuan saw faint traces of such fusion. His Majesty Xianhuang actually managed to reveal the essence of the fusion of time and space through a secret technique. It's terrifying. Lin Yuan was in awe. The step of space and time is less of a life-saving technique and more of a shortcut to the fusion of time and space. While all supreme beings have fused time and space, to achieve it is one thing, and to articulate it is another. The fusion of time and space by supreme beings is their own. Unless they have an extraordinary understanding of the essence of time and space, it is otherwise impossible to explain to others. Yet Xianhuang had done it. How could such a powerful being vanish? How could he die? Lin Yuan found it hard to comprehend. Supreme beings who had stepped out of the river of time would find it difficult to die, even if they tried to, provided they were cautious. All the more so for an ultimate being like His Majesty Xianhuang. In 20 years, my comprehension of the time model has also reached the 2173rd variety. Lin Yuan raised his hands, and strands of the power of time intertwined around his fingertips. So far, the pioneer scholars of human civilization have cumulatively summarized 2,173 varieties of rule models of time. This means that Lin Yuan has almost completely walked through the perceptions and expressions of the rule of time as summarized by those pioneer scholars of human civilization. The reason he said almost is that Lin Yuan had yet to fully comprehend the last rule model of time. Does this rule model of time involve reversing time, stopping time, accelerating time? Do all states of time converge into one? Lin Yuan pondered carefully, with flashes of spiritual light continually emerging in his mind. If I can comprehend the rule of time while at 9th rank, making my inner world independent from the main universe, and then undergo the final transformation upon stepping into 10th rank. Lin Yuan continued his speculation while considering various possibilities. Human civilization's 8th layer evolvers create their own inner worlds, but these inner worlds are not completely independent. Many of their rules, especially the rule of time, are shared with the main universe. To break free from this shared state requires one's own comprehension of the rule of time and then integrating it into the inner world. Theoretically, the sooner one comprehends and integrates the rule of time into their inner world, the greater the benefits when crossing a great realm. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to hone my skills on the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _2. Crossing a great realm leads to a transformative evolution of the inner world, and a completely independent inner world undergoes a transformation far greater than those still attached to the main universe. If Lin Yuan had comprehended the rule of time at the 9th rank, making his inner world independent, he would have had 2 opportunities for transformation upon breaking through to the 10th rank and then the 11th rank. In this regard, he would outstrip those 11th rank powerhouses who only comprehend the rule of time at 11th rank by a large margin. 11th rank powerhouses who grasp the rule of time and integrate it into their inner world, achieving independence, but their independent inner worlds lack the transformations experienced in the earlier stages, are fundamentally weaker. When striving for the 12th rank and aiming for the ultimate sublimation of their inner universe, the difficulty naturally increases significantly. I'll try as best as I can. Lin Yuan thought to himself that there were records in human civilization of 10th rank evolvers who comprehended the rule of time and then progressed to the 11th rank, enhancing the foundation of their inner world. But a 9th rank evolver understanding the rule of time? At least Lin Yuan had not heard of such a thing. 9th rank evolvers could barely perceive minor time fluctuations, so for them to fully grasp the rule of time was somewhat a tall order. Just a little more, and I will be able to comprehend this time model. Lin Yuan continued exploring the concept deeply. A moment later, Lin Yuan ceased his contemplation. It's time to visit the Demon Jade space and take on the 5th layer. Utilizing the magic jade mark, Lin Yuan descended into the demon jade space. The fifth layer of the Black Tower tests the perception of time rules, and according to stone statue Shinji, one must completely understand the time rules to pass. Lin Yuan still had some way to go before fully grasping the time rules, but attempting the fifth layer and utilizing the various time environments within might allow him to comprehend the last time rule model. Although the Xiaqin Supreme Being told Lin Yuan that he could ask him about any cultivation problems, Lin Yuan preferred not to bother a Supreme Being unless he truly hit a bottleneck. The last time model that troubled Lin Yuan, he didn't consider it to be a bottleneck that could impede him for long. Whoosh! In front of the 9 floors Dark Tower. Stone statue Shinji looked at Lin Yuan and probed, attempting the fifth layer? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Stone statue Shinji thought for a moment, then opened the gates of the Black Tower, allowing Lin Yuan to enter. The fifth layer of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Whirling. Time fluctuations surged, and various extreme time flows immediately overwhelmed him. 30 years ago, Lin Yuan couldn't have lasted long. The last time he had breezed through the third and fourth layers and tried the fifth, he had retreated in an instant. But now? Nearly grasping all time rule models, although Lin Yuan still had no hope of passing the fifth layer, he at least could endure for a significant part. If he chose not to push forward, he might even endure indefinitely. My understanding of the time rules has advanced by leaps and bounds. Grasping them completely isn't far off. Outside the Black Tower, stone statue, Shinji watched carefully, with no hint of shock in his heart. In just 2 to 3 decades, Lin Yuan had reached such heights in the domain of time rules, an inconceivable feat even for an 11th rank life, let alone for a 9th rank being like Lin Yuan. But having interacted with Lin Yuan for so long, stone statue Shinji had almost grown used to Lin Yuan continually shattering various miracles. As stone statue, Shinji watched the scenes in the fifth layer. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. An expression of surprise crossed his face. At the same time, he looked in another direction of the demon jade space. Amidst the misty fog, a sliver of spirit will descended. The spirit will took the shape of a burly man over 3 meters tall, his eyes excited as he looked around. Is this the demon jade space? The burly man carefully surveyed the surrounding fog. He hailed from a prominent evolutionary family in the northern star region of human civilization, a peerless genius renowned across dozens of star domains. About 100 years ago, human civilization revealed part of the body to select geniuses, and from then, the burly man began to piece together an evolution path from within that body. After endless efforts and with considerable luck, the burly man finally managed to complete the evolution path he had pieced together and, deep within his soul, condensed the magic jade mark. The goddess of wisdom told me that by completing the understood evolution path, I would enter a mysterious space where great opportunities await. The burly man's heart thrilled, and he immediately followed the fog deeper inside. Before long, the burly man arrived in front of the towering 9 floors Dark Tower. Another one has come? Stone statue Shinji glanced at the burly man and immediately knew how the latter became a member of the magic Jade Tower. Just the most ordinary completion of a certain magical evolution path. Stone statue Shinji shook his head internally. The difference was too great compared to Lin Yuan, who had initially comprehended 3,333 magical evolution paths, like a chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, Lin Yuan was no longer just an ordinary member of the Magic Jade Tower, but a core member. Elder. Seeing stone statue Shinji, the burly man cautiously asked, Here's some information about this place. Stone statue Shinji raised his right hand and infused the information into the burly man's mind. Oof. The burly man furrowed his brows, easing after a moment. The 9 floors Dark Tower, the first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The burly man looked at the towering black tower in front of him, his expression showing a trace of shock. Wait a moment, someone else is currently attempting it. Stone statue Shinji glanced at the burly man and said casually, All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. Does the Tower Master want me to refine the Galaxy Master? 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. Is someone up ahead attempting another challenge? The brawny man felt a tinge of disappointment. Was he not the first one to enter the demon jade space? Are they challenging the first layer or the second layer? The brawny man received information from Statue Shinji and was aware of the difficulties of each layer. The fifth layer? The brawny man looked up towards the upper levels and saw the fifth floor of Black Tower illuminated by a hazy light, immediately realizing that the person ahead of him was challenging this very layer. The fifth layer? The brawny man's eyes widened with surprise. From the information passed on by stone statue Shinji, he knew that to conquer the fifth layer, one must have a thorough understanding of the rule of time. Understanding the rule of time? In the eyes of the brawny man, that domain was only achievable by ancient 11th rank powerhouses. Just which 11th rank powerhouse is attempting it? The brawny man was stunned. If not for the presence of a mere spirit will in this place, he would have fled without any hesitation. 11th rank powerhouses. In reality, it probably would take but a single thought to obliterate him countless times over, and to be in proximity to such beings would make anyone's scalp tingle. The fifth floor of Black Tower. Lin Yuan stood near the center, feeling the boundless power of time surge around him. Your perception is defying the heavens. You've sensed many time fluctuations and discerned the 2173rd rule model of time. In a moment of lucidity, an illusory model of the rule of time coalesced before Lin Yuan. This rule model of time had a sense of perfection, seemingly encompassing the vast variations of time's rules. Is this the final rule model of time? Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Having grasped the crucial point, his understanding of the rule of time had reached a certain height. To move forward, he needed to carve out his own path. Every master who has fully understood the rule of time perceives it differently. The space rules are vast and endless, with many aspects. To say one has thoroughly grasped the space rules is merely to have understood one aspect of the vast space rules. The rule of time is the same. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan looked at the remaining road ahead, knowing he had not yet fully grasped the rule of time, and there was no hope of passing through. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared outside Black Tower. Is there someone else here? Lin Yuan immediately noticed the brawny man's presence. The spirit will he had sent to the demon jade space had its appearance and body set at random, partly intending to conceal his identity. Heffing met senior. The brawny man's scalp tingled as he hastened to offer his respects to Lin Yuan. In his heart, the young man before him was an ancient 11th rank powerhouse, and he himself did not even have the qualification to look him in the eye. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He could tell that the brawny man was human. That was enough. If the brawny man belonged to a different species, or even a species hostile to humanity, Lin Yuan would probably use his authority as a core member to temporarily expel him. But a human? As a fellow human, Lin Yuan didn't mind the other trying to challenge the 9 floors Dark Tower. The rewards from inside 9 floors Dark Tower completely depended on the shown talent, and most of the rewards obtained by the practitioners were not too precious. Senior. The brawny man bowed his head, not daring to let out even a sliver of perception, for fear of unsettling the 11th rank powerhouse who had just finished the 5th layer. After a long while, the brawny man mustered the courage to look up, only to find that there was no one in front of him anymore, save for the stone statue, Shinji, looking at him. Has the senior left? The burly man let out a heavy sigh of relief internally. Is the senior also a human? Through the brief glimpse just now, the burly man had also realized that Lin Yuan was human. I wonder which 11th rank evolver from our human alliance it is? The shock in the burly man's heart still hadn't dissipated. Had he actually had the fortune to meet an 11th rank evolver today? Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan, after comprehending all the rule of time models, was in good spirits. Right. Xiaqin Supreme Being told me to find him once I had understood all the rule of time models. Lin Yuan recalled the instruction from Xiaqin Supreme Being. He immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Lofty Evolution Tower World. Xiaqin Supreme Being sat upon his throne, his expressions subtly changing. That kid wants to see me, could it be? Xiaqin Supreme Being's thoughts were complex. How had Lin Yuan comprehended all the rule of time models in such a short time? A moment later, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed slightly. You've comprehended all the time models? Even though he had expected it, Xiaqin Supreme Being still asked once more. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. That's why I've come to find the Supreme Being. I see. Xiaqin Supreme Being nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was anything but serene. Understanding all the time models is still a distance away from fully comprehending the rule of time. I need to ascertain exactly where you are on this path. Xiaqin Supreme Being composed himself and then spoke. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, curious about how far he was from fully comprehending the rule of time. In that case, I'll have Nalen spar with you solely using the understanding of time rules, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. The simplest method to discern Lin Yuan's position was for them to spar against each other, but as a Supreme Being, Xiaqin naturally wouldn't spar with Lin Yuan himself. Thus, he planned to have Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, come and test Lin Yuan. As a grade A Tier 10, poised to comprehend all the rule of time models, Nalen was well suited to gauge Lin Yuan's capabilities. Soon, Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, also appeared beside Lin Yuan. Supreme Being. Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, bowed slightly to Xiaqin Supreme Being, somewhat puzzled. Nalen, spar with the Galaxy Master, and remember, you can only use your understanding of time rules, Xiaqin Supreme Being instructed directly. Spar. With the Galaxy Master? Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, was somewhat shocked. He was a prominent grade A Tier 10, and he was to spar with the 9th rank Galaxy Master? Wasn't that bullying? No matter how powerful the Galaxy Master was, or how against the odds his performance at the 9th rank, he was still just at the 9th rank. What difference did it make if he had opened up billions of spatial layers? Moreover, the Supreme Being meant that they were to spar purely on the basis of the understanding of time rules, so the Galaxy Master couldn't even use his most proficient spatial layers. This was just too much of a bully to the Galaxy Master. Even Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, found it somewhat unbearable. What does the Supreme Being mean by this? Nalen, the Vice Tower Master, thought to himself, could it be that he thinks the Galaxy Master is advancing too smoothly in his cultivation and wants to give him some setbacks and hardships, so he's having me temper the Galaxy Master? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5. A little push, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Tower Master. Should we switch to someone else? Nalen glanced at Lin Yuan standing nearby, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly. He still found it somewhat difficult to proceed. Moreover, Nalen felt that there was no need for the Xiaqin Supreme Being to specifically add obstacles for the Galaxy Master. As the strongest genius in the history of human civilization, moving forward unimpeded was the way to be. It's you. No one else is suitable. Xiaqin Supreme Being shook his head. All right. Nalen nodded. The will of a Supreme Being was not to be defied, even if he thought the Supreme Being was wrong. Still, he had to comply when it was time to comply. Galaxy Master, if you can't hold on, remember to admit defeat, Nalen kindly reminded. Although the Xiaqin Supreme Being limited the contest between the two to the rule of time, Nalen believed he was just one step away from realizing all time models. The Galaxy Master was only 9th rank, struggling even to perceive time fluctuations. What proficiency could he have in the rule of time? Under the crushing dominance of the rules, an early surrender by the Galaxy Master would spare him some agony. Understood. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. Nalan's words put quite a bit of pressure on Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had first witnessed Nalan's action when he was still at 7th rank. At that time, Nalan stood at the edge of the Heiyuan secret realm, single-handedly suppressing the entire Heiyuan clan from rebelling. If it weren't for the arrival of a mighty insect race, it is likely that the entire Heiyuan clan would have been annihilated by Nalan. Let's begin. Xia Qin's supreme being waved his right hand. Lin Yuan and Nalan felt the world around them change. Suddenly, they found themselves under a desolate starry sky. With the authority of the Xia Qin supreme being, moving them to a virtual arena, world was just a matter of thought. Galaxy Master, you make the first move, Nalan offered graciously. If it were a battle against a different species, he would naturally take any opportunity to strike first without any hesitation. But Lin Yuan? One reason was that their encounter was merely a spar, not a battle to the death, and as a senior, it was only right to give way a little. The second reason was Nalan confident of his victory. How could a 10th rank, especially a grade A among them, lose to a 9th rank? With such a massive gap in strength, for Nalan to strike first would be somewhat shameful. Beating the weak was one thing, at least giving the opponent a chance to strike was due respect. Remember, go all out. This might be your only chance, Nalan said lightly, reminding him. The confrontation in the realm of the rule of time often happened in an instant, with collisions of different time rules, leaving the disadvantaged party almost no chance to resist. Of course, real combat involved many variables such as using other methods. Being weaker in the rule of time didn't mean being weaker in other tactics. However, the Xia Qin Supreme Being had stipulated that they were only allowed to compete in their understanding of the rule of time. This ensured the battle would not last long, as mere collisions within the time domain rarely resulted in a stalemate. Nalan therefore felt that the Xia Qin Supreme Being was intentionally putting the Galaxy Master at a disadvantage precisely because of this. The rules were too rigid, practically tailor-made for him. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. I will give it my all. Nalan looked pleased. Only after the Galaxy Master had tried his best and found himself utterly unable to match his opponent could he truly learn in terms of the rule of time, being played with like a toy. Galaxy Master, I definitely can't match you in opening spatial layers, but in time? Nalan mused leisurely. Suddenly, just then, Nalan noticed, from afar, Lin Yuan had somehow vanished. Nalan immediately sensed something was amiss. Has the flow of time changed? Nalan's expression hardened. Whoosh. Nalan raised his hand, releasing a massive burst of time fluctuations, continuously disrupting the time flows around him. Break. Nalan, vaguely realizing something, fully unleashed his understanding of the rule of time, attempting to break free from the various time quagmires enveloping him. Outside, Lin Yuan stood calmly, facing a crystal ball 1/2 meter in diameter, composed entirely of time fluctuations. Inside the crystal ball, Nalan struggled continuously but eventually was caught like in a deep quagmire, embraced by various time quagmires, unable to break free in the realm of time. Having realized all time models, Lin Yuan had woven many time rules and secret techniques through constant combinations of various time models. Among them, the time prison was Lin Yuan's pride, built from intertwining and merging 1,337 time models to establish a corridor of time. These corridors in turn formed a time prison. Any life caught in the time prison, unless their understanding of the rule of time surpassed Lin Yuan's, would be unable to perceive their own time flow, completely reduced to a plaything. After all, the amount of time experienced by the life within the time prison depended entirely on Lin Yuan. With just a thought, Lin Yuan could make the opponent experience a day while the outside world went through a year, or make them experience a year while only a day passed outside. What else could this be, if not toying? Of course, there were ways to forcefully break it. Even though Nalan was inferior in time perception to Lin Yuan, if he fully exerted himself, using means other than the rule of time, he could still break free. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5. Giving you a push, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _2. The rule of time is not an invincible rule, and it still requires consideration of both parties' overall foundations. But without a doubt, the higher the understanding of the rule of time, the more control one can gain. Take Lin Yuan, for example, if he truly fought all out against Lin, the deputy tower master. Not just limited to the domain of time rules. Even if he couldn't beat his opponent, with the help of the rule of time, he could still retreat safely. Time prison. Above the virtual arena, the Xiaqin Supreme Being was also observing the time crystal ball floating in front of Lin Yuan. Lin struggled desperately within the crystal ball, trying to shake the prison, but from beginning to end, the time crystal ball remained as immovable as Mount Tai, without the slightest sway. This kind of secret technique of time, combining over 1,000 role models, has the effect of trapping enemies and providing stability. Even at the 10th rank level, it's considered profound. The Xiaqin Supreme Being thought to himself, while simultaneously gaining a rough estimate of Lin Yuan's understanding of time rules. Without Lin there, Lin Yuan's mere execution of this secret technique wouldn't demonstrate the many aspects of time prison against an enemy. Some of these towering figures were indifferent to Lin Yuan's gaze, some showed benevolence, and more displayed dissatisfaction, all of which were blocked by Xiaqin Supreme Being. As he continued to observe, Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time was improving at a terrifying rate. This place was the river of time, where the rule of time was most directly observable. Normally, any life qualified to overlook the river of time would have already mastered the rule of time. Those not qualified to step out of the river of time could not comprehend the rule of time. But with Xiaqin Supreme Being's help, Lin Yuan had broken this ironclad rule. Time slowly passed. For how long, he did not know. It's about time for you to go back. Xiaqin Supreme Being's words sounded, and Lin Yuan felt this fragment of his spirit will rapidly begin to fade. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Am I back? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his mood uneasy for a long time. Who could have thought that he had just overlooked the entire flow of the river of time? As a 9th rank life, breaking free from the constraints of the river of time, even if only briefly, that too was an unprecedented great opportunity. I even saw the true bodies of many supreme beings? Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had always been unclear about what supreme beings truly were. Even if there were images of supreme beings fighting each other on large-scale battlefields, Lin Yuan was still baffled and unable to comprehend. The gambits between supreme beings involved levels too high. Without reaching that height, one couldn't even make sense of what they were watching. Xiaqin Supreme Being finally told me to come back. His voice seemed somewhat weak. Lin Yuan did not know how much had been paid by the Supreme Being to take him out of the river of time. But just from the tone, carrying hints of much, he knew that the price paid was absolutely not small. I wonder if I could step into being a Supreme Being. Lin Yuan reminisced about that feeling of breaking free from the river of time, a sense of unprecedented freedom. Even with Lin Yuan's many foundations, it was still not guaranteed that he could become a supreme being. Even mastering the legendary chaos rules would only be greatly beneficial to turning into a supreme being. Whether or not he could finally step into it was another matter altogether. The birth of each supreme being was not an inevitability. My current understanding of the rule of time. Lin Yuan carefully felt the changes within himself. Having gone to the banks of the river of time, Lin Yuan gained a whole new understanding of the rule of time, a view starkly different from the past, only possible for those who had personally observed the entirety of the river of time. Time. It's wonderful. Lin Yuan stretched out his hands, and strands of time fluctuations seemed to be stirred up, forming slight ripples of time. I am now not too far from mastering the rule of time, Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. Logically speaking, before mastering the rule of time, no evolver dared claim with certainty they could comprehend the rule of time. Because the rule of time is so vast, without reaching that step, no one would be sure if they could master it. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 6 River of Time. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. But Lin Yuan was different. He had observed the entire vista of the River of Time and had gained a concrete understanding of its past and future. Thus, his comprehension of the rule of time was far clearer than that of other powerful beings who perceived the same rule, knowing where he currently stood and approximately where the endpoint lay. At the 9th rank, penetrating the rule of time allows one's inner world to detach, and upon advancing to the 10th rank, accepting the infusion from the chaos void origin. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. That was why the Xiaqin Supreme Being paid a price, and helped Lin Yuan break free from the bonds of the River of Time, giving him a push in the comprehension of the rule of time. The purpose was to hope that Lin Yuan could penetrate the rule of time before stepping into the 10th rank, thereby leading the chaos void origin to merge into his inner world. Having a supreme being place such importance on him made Lin Yuan even more anticipative. The current priority is to thoroughly comprehend the rule of time. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. With the Xiaqin Supreme Being pushing him this much, if he still could not penetrate the rule of time at the 9th rank, Lin Yuan would truly feel ashamed. With my current pace of comprehending the rule of time, it should take about 30 years to truly comprehend it. Lin Yuan examined himself and developed a highly precise understanding of his capabilities. At most, 30 years. Lin Yuan gauged the transformation level of his inner world and immediately had an idea. For any 9th or 10th rank evolver, 30 years was no time at all, and for Lin Yuan to be able to comprehend the rule of time within such a short span was utterly astonishing. Keep in mind, before observing the full scope of the River of Time, Lin Yuan was prepared to penetrate the rule of time after reaching the 10th rank. Xianhuang's Secret Realm. The Taiyong Divine Spirit was currently practicing one of the 3 great Tao-protecting secret skills of the profound yellow lineage, step of space-time. Lin Yuan's true spiritual body had different functions. Currently, the main body mainly focused on comprehending the rule of time, while the other 2 spirits were engaged in understanding various secret techniques, evolution paths, and so on. As for why not have both spirits join the main body in concurrently comprehending the rule of time? Lin Yuan had tried doing this, but it wasn't very beneficial, and the efficiency did not significantly increase. The main body focused on the rule of time, the other 2 spirits secondarily on various secret techniques, evolution paths, enabling reciprocal stimulation. For instance, while practicing step of space-time, understanding would often lead to insights into some essence of the rule of time, which fed back into the comprehension of the rule of time. And deeper understanding of the essence of the rule of time could also stimulate the understanding of step of space-time. After observing the entire scope of the River of Time, I have a deeper grasp of this secret technique. Lin Yuan stepped forward, instantly appearing at another end of the Xianhuang's secret realm, his expression showing enlightenment. Step of space-time, named after space-time, naturally involves aspects of the rule of time. In fact, what enabled Lin Yuan to cover millions of light-years in one step through step of space-time was the unbreakable application of the rule of time. The power erupting from the fusion of time and space far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. In the deepest parts of the Xianhuang's secret realm, a 6-armed silhouette was sitting cross-legged there. As the consciousness of the secret realm, nothing happening inside escaped his control, although Lin Yuan, having refined the core of the secret realm, held power over life and death over him. Master's mastery in step of space-time has advanced so much. The 6-armed silhouette saw Lin Yuan continuously reappearing at different spots in the Xianhuang's secret realm and was somewhat dumbfounded. He clearly sensed that Lin Yuan was covering great distances, not by virtue of his permissions within the Xianhuang's secret realm, but through instantaneous shifting using step of space-time. But was this not incredible? To reach such a level of step of space-time, while not fully comprehending the rule of time, was not far off. Yet this new master of the Xianhuang secret realm was only at the 9th rank life level. 9th rank life, and yet already so close to fully comprehending the rule of time. What would those at the 10th rank life, 11th rank life think? The six-armed silhouette found it incredibly unbelievable. Lin Yuan was making rapid progress in practicing the mysterious yellow strike secret technique. After all, some individuals are just adept at practicing certain secret techniques, but step of space-time? To advance in this secret technique relied on genuine rule comprehension, with no shortcuts or tricks. His Majesty once said, "The earlier the rule of time is comprehended, the better." To penetrate the rule of time during the 10th rank life stage is already an extremely rare peerless genius among the chaos void. But looking at the master's current pace of comprehension, it is very likely that he could penetrate the rule of time during the 9th rank. The six-armed silhouette suddenly recalled some words previously spoken by Xianhuang. According to Xuanhuang's intentions, aside from certain innate temporal beings, for acquired beings, comprehending the rule of time at the 10th rank was already quite remarkable. As for the 9th rank, the six-armed silhouette had never heard His Majesty mention such a possibility, unsure whether it was unattainable or even Xianhuang himself had not predicted it. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan held a miniature universe, continuously comprehending the rule of time operating within it. The rule of time within the miniature universe was far from reaching the extent of forming a river of time. It was merely a more complete segment of the rule. However, this still somewhat reduced the difficulty of Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time. Within this miniature universe, all rules, including the space rules and time rules, form a stable balance, which is the most valuable aspect. Lin Yuan observed everything within the miniature universe, silently thinking. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue contrasting the rule of time within the miniature universe with his own understanding of the time rules, suddenly, at that moment, Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Someone's looking for me?" Lin Yuan did not stop training, but split a trace of his mind to connect to the virtual world. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 7 Tuoba Ancient God, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan sat there, and an old man with a white beard appeared out of nowhere. "I've met the Galaxy Master." The old man with the white beard flashed a look of urgency, but still spoke respectfully. He was aware that the young man in front of him was the legendary Galaxy Master. Ordinary 9th rank and 10th rank evolvers might not even get the chance to meet him. Yet here he was, a mere intelligent life form, who had requested to meet the Galaxy Master and had been granted permission. It was all thanks to past sentiment. But sentiment, after all, was just sentiment. If he overstepped his bounds, his chances might well end here. "Are you the intelligent life form that follows Feng Qing?" Lin Yuan glanced at the old man with the white beard, speaking in an indifferent tone. Feng Qing was a good friend Lin Yuan made back when he was still on Kanglin Star. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan needed to conceal his identity and deal with the public opinion assault from Heyu Ao of the Heyu family. Feng Qing resolutely stood by Lin Yuan's side, relieving the pressure given by Heyu Ao. Although looking at the bigger picture, whether Feng Qing stood up for him or not, it didn't make much of a difference to Lin Yuan. But Feng Qing had indeed helped him. After Lin Yuan revealed his identity and became the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kun lineage, he summoned Feng Qing into the 13 peak and entrusted him with important tasks as a form of repayment. You know, following the regular progression, working for the Red Kun lineage for tens of thousands of years, Feng Qing could at best become a core member. Yet, as Lin Yuan's confidant managing the 13 peaks, his status and power were only below the Star Lord and the 13 peak masters within the Red Kun lineage. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan's strength grew, so did the status of the 13 peaks within the Red Kun lineage. Especially Feng Qing, who didn't know that he had stood up to assist the Galaxy Master back then. On account of this relationship alone, the Peak Masters were all very courteous to Feng Qing. After Lin Yuan took charge of the Milky Way star region, he didn't pay much attention to Qikuan main star. It was only recently that he heard Feng Qing had entered the 6th rank, becoming a somewhat famous fallen star warrior. Feng Qing's evolution path was the ancient god evolution path. Such evolution paths were very risky. A little carelessness could result in contamination by ancient gods. However, if one could cultivate smoothly, the speed of cultivation could be very fast, comparable to those bloodline evolvers. After all, the essence of the ancient god evolution path is to imitate ancient gods as closely as possible, and those ancient gods in the depths of the cosmic starry sky are essentially 11th rank life forms. Having such powerful beings as models, there are virtually no shackles in the early stages of cultivation. Once the contamination by ancient gods is overcome, one might indeed say the path ahead is smooth sailing. Being the steward of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage, Feng Qing enjoyed good treatment and benefits. Plus, the special nature of the ancient god evolution path is why he managed to step into the 6th rank in less than a century. Yes, Galaxy Master. My master is indeed Feng Qing, stated the white-bearded old man immediately. Feng Qing, he's had an accident. The white-bearded old man spoke urgently. Feng Qing had an accident. Lin Yuan's eyebrows furrowed. Just ask around a little, and who in human civilization doesn't know about Feng Qing's relationship with him? Even if Feng Qing truly offended someone or committed an unforgivable mistake, they would first get in touch with Lin Yuan. So the reason for Feng Qing's trouble must not be from within human civilization. As for external sources, those different species, what do they gain by targeting Feng Qing? To threaten Lin Yuan? Feng Qing did indeed have a good relationship with Lin Yuan, but it was just that good. To threaten Lin Yuan? They might as well have targeted Lin Yuan's parents or loved ones instead. Galaxy Master, 1 hour ago, Feng Qing was cultivating when he suddenly passed out. All his life signs are there, and his soul fluctuation is normal, but his spirit will, it's gone. The white-bearded old man rapidly explained Feng Qing's condition. Spirit will, gone? Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly grave. What's most important for a life form? The body? The soul? No. The spirit will is most important. The spirit will bears the true spirit, the most fundamental essence of life. Every time Lin Yuan used the door to the Myriad Realms to travel, what he left behind was his spirit will. Normally speaking, to determine whether a life form is dead, the spirit will is what one relies on. Galaxy Master, do you think Feng Qing is dead? The white-bearded old man asked with a trembling voice. It took him great effort to cultivate Feng Qing, and his former master's enmity had not been avenged. Now Feng Qing was dead? Besides, after so many years of being together, the white-bearded old man had developed feelings for Feng Qing. If Feng Qing had truly died, it would be a blow to him. Intelligent life can also develop emotions. Feng Qing is not dead. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The moment he learned of Feng Qing's incident, he followed the cause and effect connection he had with Feng Qing and perceived it. The causal line related to Feng Qing was still there, which means Feng Qing had not died. Lin Yuan continued to perceive Feng Qing's causal line, trying to lock down his approximate location, but found that the other end of the causal line was deep in the cosmic starry sky. That location was not within the territory of human civilization. Did an ancient god take action? Lin Yuan thought to himself that besides those 11th rank ancient gods, he could not think of anyone else capable of instantly moving Feng Qing's spirit will from human civilization territory to the depths of the cosmic starry sky. And even ancient gods needed many restrictive conditions to do so. For example, the ultimate goal of the ancient god in Feng Qing's evolution path? All of Feng Qing's cultivation was to mimic that ancient god, so the causality between the two was heavy. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 7 Tuoba Ancient God, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _2. The other party could instantly take away Feng Qing's spirit will. Ancient God. Is it the ancient god of the evolution path? The white-bearded old man's face turned somewhat pale as human civilization suppressed the spread of the ancient god's evolution paths. It was because any evolver cultivating the ancient god's evolution paths could possibly become a vessel for the respective ancient god, or be controlled by them. But under normal circumstances, the ancient gods would not take any interest in the lives cultivating their evolution paths, because they disdain it. Beings that could be called ancient gods were all special life forms, and they were almost uniquely special. Such special life forms were extremely proud, and they spread their own evolution paths in order to make the ultimate leap to become supreme beings. Before completing the ultimate leap, would they act against those propagating it? While human civilization suppressed various ancient gods' evolution paths, it didn't completely suppress them. It also had designs on the ancient gods themselves. If an ancient god failed in its leap to the ultimate, it would die completely, and at that time, the lives cultivating the corresponding evolution path could aspire to inherit everything from that ancient god. Don't panic yet. I'll go and make some inquiries. Lin Yuan glanced at the white-bearded old man and spoke. Yes, the white-bearded old man was anxious inside, but he knew that hurrying was useless. After the white-bearded old man disappeared, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The ancient god's evolution path that Feng Qing is cultivating. Lin Yuan immediately used his authority and started searching. As an 8th-rank citizen and a grand evolver scholar, in the whole of human civilization apart from those top secrets, there was little that Lin Yuan could not find. Very soon, Lin Yuan understood the details of the ancient god's evolution path that Feng Qing was cultivating. This evolution path of the ancient gods, it comes from Tuoba, ancient god? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. Based on his own perception of Feng Qing's causal line, he confirmed that the area where the spirit will was located was indeed the territory of Tuoba, ancient god. It must have been Tuoba, ancient god's doing. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. But what significance does a mere 6th-rank life spirit will have for an existence like Tuoba, ancient god? Lin Yuan was puzzled inside. Tuoba, ancient god, a mysteriously old special life form, had long mastered the rule of time and had reached the end in the fusion of time and space. It could be said that even among the multitude of ancient gods, Tuoba, ancient god, was not weak. For such a being, a 6th-rank life was almost as insignificant as a speck of dust. To specifically take away Feng Qing's spirit will, Lin Yuan could think of no reason at the moment. First, see if Tuoba, ancient god, can be contacted peacefully. Lin Yuan felt this matter could be resolved peacefully. So far, there had been no conflicts or grievances between Tuoba, ancient god, and human civilization, and if Lin Yuan was willing to pay some price, there was a great chance he could retrieve Feng Qing's spirit will from Tuoba, ancient god. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately started to contact several friends. At Lin Yi's wedding, Lin Yuan had met a large number of 10th-rank evolvers. As the strongest genius in human civilization's history, many powerful individuals were willing to favor Lin Yuan. What? The Galaxy Master wants to contact Tuoba, ancient god? This ancient god's temper is said to be quite bad. I don't know Tuoba, ancient god, but I know other ancient gods. There should be contact between ancient gods. As part of the peak clans in the cosmic starry skies, human civilization's influence was great, and many of the 10th-rank evolvers had connections, quickly bringing results to Lin Yuan. Within his personal space, a chubby figure appeared. Galaxy Master. The tone of this chubby figure was rather complex. Is it you? Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned. This chubby figure was Madwa Traveler from the Xianhuang secret realm. Madwa Traveler, also a special life form, was the offspring of an ancient god deep within the cosmic starry skies. Human civilization's virtual world network, typically, was not open to different species. But as a high-rank evolver, he could briefly apply for permission to establish a temporary virtual network, allowing different species to connect. But during the connection period, The actions of the different species would be monitored and recorded. My ancestor knows Tuoba, ancient god. He said he can help introduce you. Madwa Traveler said outright. Madwa Traveler hadn't acted promptly in matters of the Xianhuang secret realm, and his ancient god ancestor had deeply regretted it. What a good opportunity it had been. And it was wasted like that. Now, upon hearing that the Galaxy Master wanted to contact Tuoba, ancient god, Madwa Traveler's ancient god ancestor immediately knew the chance had come again. Although he didn't know for what matter Lin Yuan wanted to contact Tuoba, ancient god. But such an open request must be highly valued. If he could help the Galaxy Master at this time, it might not be called a favor, but at least it could make the Galaxy Master think highly of him. After all, isn't acquaintance accumulated bit by bit? I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Then thanks to Sijong, ancient god. Madwa Traveler's ancient god ancestor was known as Sijong, ancient god, and was famed for his extensive connections, so knowing Tuoba, ancient god, was not surprising. However, my ancestor said that Tuoba, ancient god, has a bad temper. Before meeting Tuoba, ancient god again, my ancestor wants to meet you, Galaxy Master, Madwa Traveler said. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. The meeting would definitely take place in a temporarily built virtual world, so Lin Yuan's safety need not be worried about. Very soon, another chubby figure appeared. In comparison with Madwa Traveler, this chubby figure exerted much more pressure on Lin Yuan. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 7. Tuoba, ancient god, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. Lin Yuan saw him thus far as a being only inferior to the Xia Qin supreme being among all the people he had encountered. Sijong, ancient god. Lin Yuan said. Galaxy Master. The Sijong, ancient god, also said with a smile. He had none of the airs of a Tier 11 ancient god. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then they got to the main topic. I wonder, Galaxy Master, why do you wish to see Tuoba? What matter brings you here? Asked Sijong, ancient god. I have a good friend who is following the evolution path of the Tuoba, ancient god, but recently his spirit will vanished. Through causal sensing, I confirmed it happened on Tuoba, ancient god's turf. Lin Yuan did not conceal the details and spoke openly. I see, Sijong, ancient god suddenly realized. Immediately, his brows slightly furrowed. That old fellow Tuoba, his lifespan should not be much longer. I estimate he will forcefully attempt the ultimate within 1 billion years. A Tier 11 powerhouse can slow their own flow of time, achieving an eternal state, yet it is only a temporary solution. Actually, the lifespan of a Tier 11 powerhouse still slowly fades away. Tuoba, ancient god, was born at the dawn of the universe, having experienced countless eons. Even by slowing the time around his body, his remaining lifespan won't be much. To continue living, his only choice is to attempt a leap to Tier 12 before the end of his life. A forceful attempt at the ultimate. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. But why would Tuoba, ancient god, take away the spirit will of my friend? He is only 6th rank. Lin Yuan expressed his confusion. Haha, Galaxy Master, you don't know this, Sijong, ancient god laughed. We ancient gods are inherently powerful, leading to a weakness in our spirit will. I suspect Tuoba took away your friend's spirit will intending to insert himself into your friend's memories, thereby experiencing a weak and powerless life to refine his spirit will. Typically, such insertions are chosen for lives that share high similarities with one's own, probably why your friend was selected by Tuoba. Sijong, ancient god, explained. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan nodded. For those aiming for the ultimate leap, spirit will must not be the weak link. For ancient Tier 11 beings, occasionally stepping into the life of someone considerably weaker and controlled by fate is a unique experience that benefits the transformation of the spirit will. This should not be difficult. With me negotiating in between, there should be no major problem. Sijong, ancient god, said. For a Tier 11 ancient god, this type of spirit will was not irreplaceable. Couldn't they just replace it with another if one was lost? Thank you, Sejong, ancient god, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Not at all. Sejong, ancient god, was pleased. He was looking forward to this very word from Lin Yuan. I will contact Tuoba, ancient god, right away. Sejong, ancient god, did not forget to take care of official business. A moment later, a virtual network space, temporarily constructed here, revealed a gaunt figure. This gaunt figure faintly exuded an indescribable aura, and his face was blurred, making it impossible to discern his features clearly. Tuoba, you've arrived. Sejong, ancient god, looked towards the gaunt figure and immediately introduced. This is the Galaxy Master. As I've told you, the spirit you took belongs to a friend of the Galaxy Master. From my point of view, it's not strictly necessary for you, is it? Sejong, ancient god, said. Galaxy Master. Tuoba, ancient god, did not regard Sejong, ancient god, but scrutinized Lin Yuan and said with a smile, even an old fellow like me has heard of the repute of the Galaxy Master. Quite remarkable indeed. It's just a reputation. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, without becoming a supreme being and escaping the river of time, no matter how exceptional the talent, it holds little significance. It's different, Galaxy Master. You have the backing of human civilization, and 9 supreme beings favor you. Your hope to make the ultimate leap in the future is much greater than for us old fellows. Tuoba, ancient god, spoke. With the Galaxy Master's talent and qualifications, you will undoubtedly receive the highest attention and resources from human civilization, something those of us, without a tribe, can only envy. The ultimate leap? It seems too distant for me. Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. He was currently only 9th rank, with the 10th rank ahead, and then the 11th rank after that. With 2 great realms to cross, Lin Yuan was indeed far from making the ultimate leap. Tuoba, ancient god. I'll speak plainly. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and then said, the spirit you took belongs to a good friend of mine. Just return it to me, and we can discuss terms. Lin Yuan had never thought to have Tuoba, ancient god, return Feng Qing's spirit unconditionally. But the cost was probably not much, just a 6th rank life spirit after all, with Sejong, ancient god, also present to facilitate. Plus, with the deterrence of human civilization. Lin Yuan was not only an unparalleled genius, but also had the support of human civilization behind him. Terms, good, let's talk terms. Tuoba, ancient god, looked at Lin Yuan and said, you must have heard from Sejong. My lifespan is not much left. If I continue to wait, I'll probably have to forcefully make the ultimate leap. Tuoba, ancient god, slowly said. But making the ultimate leap, I'm not very confident. Tuoba, ancient god, shook his head. So my condition is, Galaxy Master, as long as you provide an item that can increase my chances of a successful ultimate leap, I will hand over that spirit to you. An item that increases the chances of a successful ultimate leap? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. This Tuoba, ancient god, really dared to make a bold request, to ask for such a thing? The ultimate leap? That is the highest goal of all evolving life forms, an item that could boost the chances of a successful ultimate leap. How incredibly precious was that? Tuoba, have you lost your mind? Sejong, ancient god, was somewhat dumbfounded. He never expected Tuoba, ancient god, would dare to voice such demands. Anyway, the condition stands. Galaxy Master, if you can provide it, then we trade. Tuoba, ancient god, smiled. I believe in your abilities, Galaxy Master. You will surely satisfy me. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8, Secret Realm Closure. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. I don't have any, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. Actually, Lin Yuan did have a treasure that could enhance the ultimate probability. It was the mysterious gourd, which could break the shackles of the inner world. After absorbing the 7 colored liquids of the mysterious gourd, the visible size of one's inner world could increase more than 20-fold. As an 11th rank life surges toward the ultimate, the inner world evolves towards an inner universe. At this time, the more profound the foundation of the inner world, the more relaxed the transformation. In other words, it indirectly increases the chance of breaking through to the ultimate. But how could Lin Yuan possibly use the mysterious gourd for trade? Even human civilization was kept in the dark by Lin Yuan, let alone the Tuoba, ancient god. Lin Yuan could guess that once he dared to reveal even a hint of information about the mysterious gourd, it would bring about the direct intervention of the supreme beings. To the supreme beings, Lin Yuan, no matter how talented or gifted, was only a life within the river of time. Unable to leap out of the river of time, he would eventually die of old age. Therefore, geniuses were not regarded highly by the supreme beings. But the mysterious gourd? It was absolutely a treasure surpassing even the likes of the eternal spring and other 12-star cosmic rarities. Lin Yuan had no doubt that the supreme beings would fight over it. "I know you don't have any," the Tuoba ancient god spoke, "but human civilization surely does. The piece of spirit I took is your close friend, the River Star Lord. Could it be that he will just watch indifferently as his memories are lived by me?" The Tuoba ancient god said. Once Feng Qing's spirit was experienced by the Tuoba ancient god, it would be utterly obliterated. "I'll think about it." Lin Yuan did not outright refuse, but after saying these words, he stood up and disappeared. After Lin Yuan left, this temporarily constructed virtual network world was left with only the Tuoba ancient god and the Sejong ancient god. Tuoba. The Sejong ancient god looked at the Tuoba ancient god with an extremely unsightly expression, his eyes faintly emitting flames. The Sejong ancient god had always presented himself as a good guy and made connections with various factions, but at this moment, he was truly furious. A mere piece of 6th rank life spirit will. Do you think it's worth a treasure that could enhance the probability of breaking through to the ultimate? Even if you hold a grudge against human civilization, since I have stepped in, you shouldn't make such an excessive demand. The Sejong ancient god said coldly. A mere 6th rank life? With a faint smile, the Tuoba ancient god said, "To us, indeed, it is just a 6th rank life, but I have made clear inquiries." That Feng Qing had been gracious to the River Star Lord. The River Star Lord is too young. He probably places great importance on favors. Anyway, I just casually mentioned it. It doesn't matter if the negotiation breaks down. The Tuoba ancient god said, unconcerned. Although he also thought the chances were slim that the River Star Lord would produce a treasure to enhance the chance of reaching the ultimate. What if he did? If the River Star Lord was so inclined, it would be a great opportunity for him. Even if, in the end, the River Star Lord truly couldn't produce anything, he could continue to make other demands. After all, Feng Qing's spirit will was in his hands, and he could manipulate the River Star Lord at any time. By doing this, aren't you afraid of offending the River Star Lord, offending human civilization? After a moment of silence, the Sejong ancient god spoke. After this incident, regardless of the final outcome, the Tuoba ancient god would have completely offended the River Star Lord. To have completely offended the River Star Lord was tantamount to having offended human civilization. "I don't have much life left. What is there to be afraid of?" said the Tuoba ancient god lightly. "Within 1,000,000 years, I will attempt to reach the ultimate. At that time, if I fail, everything about my existence will be erased. What difference would offending 10 River Star Lords make? If I succeed, then I will be a supreme being. No matter how furious the River Star Lord is, what can he do?" The Tuoba ancient god shook his head and continued, "Sejong, for the long years, you have been befriending various geniuses, which I find meaningless. Without becoming a supreme being, what's the use of having so many connections? What I do has nothing to do with you," the Sejong ancient god retorted as he looked at Tuoba. "Tuoba, I'm asking you again, do you really want to stand against the River Star Lord? I advise against doing so. The potential of the River Star Lord is the greatest I have ever seen. Your actions could lead to endless troubles," the Sejong ancient god said earnestly. "The greatest potential? I will attempt the ultimate within 1,000,000 years. Could it be that the River Star Lord could reach the ultimate within 1,000,000 years? The Tuoba ancient god sneered. Sejong, stop trying to mediate. Tuoba, have got a firm grasp on the River Star Lord. We special beings stand high above all. Why should we be concerned with the likes of the River Star Lord? Even if the River Star Lord seeks the help of a supreme being from human civilization, I can simply swear allegiance to the insect race Tianyu clan. They are more than capable of ensuring my safety. The Tuoba ancient god had considered everything. Even if the River Star Lord's talent was monstrous, he was not a supreme being. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization wouldn't start a war with the insect race Tianyu clan over the River Star Lord. After all, nothing had happened to the River Star Lord himself. As for a friend's death, the supreme being of human civilization wouldn't care. Upon hearing this, the Sejong ancient god fell silent once more. Now, I'm just waiting for the River Star Lord's response. I hope there will be a surprise, the Tuoba ancient god said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. How about this, Tuoba? You come up with a new condition, and I will meet it on behalf of the River Star Lord, the Sejong ancient god proposed after some thought. Sejong, don't interfere. The Tuoba ancient god glanced at the Sejong ancient god. To me now, no matter how precious a treasure is, as long as it does not benefit my chance of reaching the ultimate, it's useless. Unless you too can bring out a treasure that could enhance the chance of reaching the ultimate. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8 Secret Realm Closure. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _2. How could I possibly have any? Sejong ancient god sighed. Even if he did have them, he wouldn't bring them out. Lin Yuan left the temporarily constructed virtual network world and returned to his personal space. This Tuoba ancient god, he sees me as a fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered heavily. Lin Yuan sat down and thought to himself. Anyone could see that the conditions proposed by Tuoba ancient god were too excessive, but he was indeed using Feng Qing's spirit will as leverage against Lin Yuan. The intelligence reports described Tuoba ancient god as proud and irritable. Now it seems he also has quite the nerve, Lin thought, daring to threaten him so blatantly. Lin Yuan had hardly ever encountered such a situation. It is true, Tuoba ancient god has no need to fear me. In the eyes of most powerhouses, my limit is the 11th rank. As for the ultimate? Stepping into the ultimate has nothing to do with talent or qualifications, Lin Yuan thought. As an 11th rank, Tuoba, a special life form, had no reason to fear an 11th rank of human civilization. As for Lin Yuan breaking various myths and creating miracles at the 8th and 9th ranks, with higher levels, achieving what he did at the 8th and 9th ranks would become exponentially harder. Could Lin Yuan, able to kill peers like slaughtering chickens at the 8th and 9th ranks, still do so after ascending to the 11th rank? Killing an 11th rank powerhouse like slaughtering chickens, that was a method only a supreme being possessed. Even some special 11th rank lives have some resistance against supreme beings. For instance, the Mother of the Tree Realm, definitely one of the strongest 11th rank lives. A moment later, Sejong ancient god took the initiative to contact Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, I'm sorry, I couldn't persuade Tuoba. Sejong ancient god said somewhat ashamed. He hadn't expected Tuoba ancient god to be so mad, proposing any kind of conditions. Tuoba has little lifespan left and will soon be forced to attempt the ultimate, grasping at any hope to boost his chance. At this time, when you see him, Sejong ancient god sighed. If it were billions of years earlier, he would be confident enough to persuade Tuoba ancient god by himself. But now, in Tuoba ancient god's eyes, only the ultimate mattered, even if it meant offending 1 or 2 supreme beings. I will continue to maneuver around this issue. From what I know about Tuoba, his conditions could still be lowered, Sejong ancient god said. Understood. Troubling Sejong ancient god. Lin Yuan nodded. After Sejong ancient god left, Lin Yuan still sat in the same spot. The conditions could be even lower? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. From his brief interaction with Tuoba, ancient god, he felt the probability wasn't very high. Besides, starting with treasures that enhanced the chance of reaching the ultimate, even if lowered, how much lower could they get? Qikuan main star. Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. From the Milky Way main star to the Qikuan main star, it used to take 1 to 2 years during Lin Yuan's 8th layer time. But now controlling the 9 steps of space-time, it was merely a matter of 2 or 3 steps for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's surrounding void twisted, easily evading the planetary defense system of Qikuan main star, and everyone on the Qikuan main star was unaware that the Galaxy Master had already returned.
Soon.
Lin Yuan returned to the 13 Peaks, familiar with the path. He then entered Feng Qing's cultivation chamber. The incident of Feng Qing suddenly fainting had not yet been leaked. Lin Yuan's contact with Tuoba, ancient god, wasn't to explain the reason. Aside from Xizhong, ancient god, no one else knew. Feng Qing. Lin Yuan saw Feng Qing lying in the nutrient capsule.
Whoosh.
The apparition of an old man with white beard appeared. As an intelligent life, he could only project in this reality, lacking a physical body. Galaxy Master, how did you come back? The white-bearded old man was shocked. He had just met the Galaxy Master not long ago and was waiting for the Galaxy Master's notification, only for Lin Yuan to personally return? No need to make this known. Lin Yuan glanced at the white-bearded old man. Regarding Feng Qing, I will ask a supreme being to casually resurrect him later. The next moment, Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated, and using Feng Qing's body as a medium, he followed the causal connection to curse-kill his spirit will. As Feng Qing had just entered the 6th rank, and Lin Yuan was a 9th rank evolver, spanning 3 great realms, coupled with using the deepest linked physical body as medium. It was certain that Feng Qing was doomed. The causal rule is one of the most mysterious and obscure of the many rules within the universe. After stepping into the 9th rank, Lin Yuan specifically contemplated this rule for a period. If Feng Qing's spirit will were allowed to be substituted by Tuoba, ancient god, for experience, Feng Qing's memories would be completely contaminated by the ancient god. It's akin to being deeply poisoned by memories. Even if resurrected, if the memories remain unchanged, he would still die in madness. Rather than that, Lin Yuan preferred to directly kill Feng Qing. In such a death, Feng Qing still had a chance to be resurrected by a supreme being. Like the corpses of the 9th rank different species, the nearly 20,000 secret treasure weapons in front of Lin Yuan could not be taken out either, as each had its own unique characteristics. Once taken out, there was a risk of being recognized. This, in turn, could expose Lin Yuan's identity as the master of the Xianhuang secret realm. Other than using them for the cultivation of the primordial yellow physique, Lin Yuan had other uses for these bodies and secret treasure weapons. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 9. Lin Yuan's Adventure. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. That would be to utilize the primal force under his control, constantly returning to the origin, transforming all fleshly weapons and secret treasures into the most essential origin force. In several previous shuttles, to maximize the use of the shuttling world's flesh body, Lin Yuan basically used the primal force to integrate the strength of the flesh body entirely into the origin clock. Of course, Lin Yuan felt that this method should probably be unnecessary. The Xianhuang physique required an alarming amount of resources, and Lin Yuan was cultivating 3 Xianhuang physiques. The last thing was the Xianhuang crystal, as well as some treasures of opportunity within the secret realm. The 6-armed silhouette waved its hand one last time, and a large number of items reappeared in front of it. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan was delighted in his heart. The gains from this trip to the Xianhuang secret realm were simply too great. For at least a long time in the future, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about resources like cosmic crystals. Under a span of the cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan's form appeared, Then he stepped forth, causing spatial ripples to reverberate, and his figure appeared thousands of light years away. Just a normal return, Lin Yuan only used his teleportation ability. As for the 9 steps of space-time, he wouldn't consider it unless there was something important. This time the Xianhuang crystals I brought back, along with various secret treasure weapons accumulated from past visits to the Xianhuang secret realm, should be enough for my true body and the Taiyin primordial spirit to cultivate the Xianhuang physique for a while. Lin Yuan planned for the future while on his way. The Xianhuang physique, this kind of life-saving defensive secret technique, should definitely be cultivated if possible. Even the primordial spirit avatar should cultivate it. After all, Lin Yuan has also invested a lot in the primordial spirit avatar. If possible, Lin Yuan would not want his 2 great primordial spirits to be too weak. Whoosh! Lin Yuan continued to step forth, 1 step at a time. Without the world tree to suppress it, the normal speed of travel within the Taiyang divine spirit's inner world was slightly slower. But compared to other 9th rank evolvers, it was already many times faster, occupying the spatial layers therein. Lin Yuan made another several thousand light-year teleportation, glanced at the bleak cosmic space ahead, planning to continue on his way, but then he discovered a black planet. In the cosmic starry skies, the vast majority of star domains are barren and bleak, and planets are few. Life-sustaining planets are even scarcer among the rare ones. This black planet looked very ordinary, likely one of those valueless dead stars. Lin Yuan thought so too, but after one look, he couldn't see through this black planet. What is that? Lin Yuan observed carefully, even looking through several spatial layers, and unexpectedly found that this black planet could affect multiple spatial layers. Affecting spatial layers? What secret does this black planet hold? Lin Yuan did not immediately approach, but maintained his distance and continued to observe. It can shield my senses. If I hadn't just happened to be near this black planet, a little farther away, and I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. At this moment, he had already discovered the special traits of this black planet, though unclear of its origin, but able to block his probe. It was hardly a simple matter. Just a single journey, and I encountered this black planet. Is this what they call a serendipitous encounter? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Human civilizations evolvers, once they reach the 6th rank, like to explore wider and more extensive star domains, all for the so-called serendipitous encounters. Even those below the 6th rank of evolvers like to roam around in their cosmic ships. Actually, Lin Yuan's raiding of the Milky Way star region and acquiring the mysterious gourd also counts as a serendipitous encounter. Let's test it first. After observing carefully for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly struck out with a palm towards the distant black planet. Boom! The terrifying force, following multiple spatial layers, descended upon that black planet. Lin Yuan restrained himself with this palm, but it could easily destroy a higher-order life planet. However, when it fell on the black planet, it was like pouring into a swamp, causing no impact whatsoever. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. At the borderlands of human civilization, the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower stood majestically. As one of the 9 great evolution towers of human civilization, the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower symbolized the Xiaqin Supreme Being, presiding over the borderlands and intimidating the 2 peak clans neighboring human civilization. Within the Evolution Tower, in a certain practice world, Nalen sat cross-legged there. I didn't expect that me, a 10th rank summit, listed in the top 100 of a grade A threat list by different species, would be inferior in understanding the rule of time compared to the Galaxy Master. Nalen's heart was bitter, considering how old the Galaxy Master was compared to him. Moreover, the Galaxy Master far surpassed him in understanding of the rule of time. The casually displayed time prison made it impossible for him to break free. True, that was because he didn't use all his strength, but the Galaxy Master was only 9th rank. Nalen understood that he had lost. All this time, I've been catching up with predecessors, and this time being overtaken by a junior. The feeling is indeed peculiar. Nalen bore no resentment towards the Galaxy Master. The Galaxy Master surpassed him in understanding the rule of time, because he was too weak. Nayland sat cross-legged, his mindset quietly undergoing a transformation. As the bottleneck that had firmly trapped Nayland began to rapidly collapse and melt. Nayland's aura began to change, subtly evolving towards a higher level. I've grasped the key fusion rule. Can I make a push for Tier 11 now? Nayland paused, somewhat incredulous. A 10th rank evolver aiming for Tier 11 primarily involves grasping the appropriate fusion rules. Nayland had always been stuck on this point, venturing into the land beyond time and time again, experiencing millions to tens of millions of years without being able to break through. But unexpectedly, the stimulation from the Galaxy Master this time allowed Nayland to thoroughly assess himself, discard his past arrogance, and suddenly break through this bottleneck. Galaxy Master. Nayland's expression was complex. In some ways, the Galaxy Master was still his benefactor. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10 Mysterious Black Planet, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Beneath the desolate cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan solemnly sized up the distant black planet. Although the slap he had just delivered was restrained, using only a negligible fraction of his strength, it was sufficient to obliterate a high-level life planet, and even a star was bound to be knocked away. But why hadn't the black planet moved at all? Not only had it not moved, but it also seemed as if it hadn't been affected in the least. This was indeed inconceivable. Following that, Lin Yuan began to gradually increase his own power, continuously probing the black life planet. Still, there was no effect. Even when Lin Yuan ramped up his power to the extent of 100 million spatial layers, it was to no avail. Seeing this, Lin Yuan stopped probing directly. He was confident he could perfectly conceal the energy fluctuations of 100 million spatial layers. But any further increase, and Lin Yuan wasn't sure he could keep it under wraps, possibly catching the attention of other 9th rank evolvers passing by. It could even be detected by the surveillance bureaus of human civilization. This planet has a significant history. Lin Yuan felt his heart rate escalate. The force of 100 million spatial layers typically represented the upper limit of power for the main universe's 9th rank strongest, especially since Lin Yuan's inner world was considerably larger than those of his 9th rank peers. But against this black planet, it was hardly effective. This made Lin Yuan realize that the rarity of the black planet was even beyond his expectations. Descend to take a look? Lin Yuan gazed at the black life planet. Theoretically, with Lin Yuan's strength, he would hardly encounter any danger within the territory of human civilization. Even black holes were mere playthings to him, posing no threat whatsoever. But this black planet gave Lin Yuan an unsettled feeling. To block Lin Yuan's 100 million layer strength strike so effortlessly, it was already comparable to some minor secret realms. It's just a primordial spirit anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan placed all the treasures he carried into a certain spatial layer. Then he hid a drop of his essence blood in another location. That way, even if he faced an extreme situation where his Taiyang divine spirit perished on the black planet, the blood rebirth would allow him to swiftly return to the outside world, ensuring none of the Xianhuang crystals and other treasures taken from the Xianhuang secret realm would be lost. Having made all the preparations, Lin Yuan began to slowly approach the black planet. As Lin Yuan drew closer, he faintly sensed the alteration of space-time. The seemingly less than a million Li-sized black planet abruptly loomed large before him. To contain such profound application of the space rules? Lin Yuan was shocked internally, as these spatial maneuvers were beyond his capabilities. Time is changing, too? Lin Yuan also perceived a difference in the flow of time. However, compared to the flow of time outside, the difference wasn't significant, perhaps because Lin Yuan had not yet entered the key area within the planet. Boom. A short while later, Lin Yuan finally descended onto the black planet. The surroundings were filled with black rocks, interspersed with some ancient architectural complexes, all abandoned. Lin Yuan took a careful look around but didn't find any valuable information. Half a day later, Lin Yuan arrived at the center of the planet. There lay an ancient black valley. A mysterious and ancient aura began to permeate the air. Walking into the valley, Lin Yuan discovered that within it stood 12 massive black doors. The doors were shut tight, their surfaces etched with complicated patterns. Lin Yuan looked at the pattern on the first black door to his left. Before long, a subtle message entered Lin Yuan's mind. Grasp the life and death samsara rule to enter. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. The life and death samsara rule? It was one of the fusion rules, born from the fusion of the life rule and the death rule. The life rule was one of the pillar rules of the universe, and the death rule was another. The fusion of two pillar rules, upon reaching success and grasping the life and death samsara rule, would immediately confer 10th rank summit combat power. That is, grade A tier 10. 10th rank summit is the requirement to enter this black door? Lin Yuan frowned. He then looked at the second black door on his left. After a moment, another subtle message entered his mind. Grasp the Great Destruction Rule to enter. The Great Destruction Rule? Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. This, too, was a fusion rule and one particularly adept at killing, created by merging two pillar rules oriented towards destruction. Grasping such a fusion rule would mean being grade A tier 10, and among the strong within that group. Lin Yuan continued to examine the remaining 10 black doors. Without exception, the condition for entering these doors was to grasp a particular fusion rule. Even as a grade A tier 10, that's only the threshold for entering the black doors. As for whether or not one can truly enter depends on the specific fusion rule grasped, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Undoubtedly, the fusion rules corresponding to the 12 black doors were all extremely high grade, and grasping them would certainly allow one to become a grade A tier 10. But not all grade A tier 10 strong individuals might have grasped one of these 12 fusion rules. Forcing my way in won't work. After another look, Lin Yuan observed that since the information on the black doors indicated that entering required grasping the corresponding fusion rule, one could infer that without grasping it, entry would be impossible. Given that such rules targeted grade A tier 10, Lin Yuan's current strength still fell short. Lin Yuan could best someone like Tower Master Nalen, a grade A tier 10, because their contest was solely about the understanding of the rule of time. If they were to go all out, allowing the use of various methods, Lin Yuan would definitely not be able to defeat Tower Master Nalen. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10 Mysterious Black Planet, 5,000 words. Please subscribe, _2. Of course, Lin Yuan couldn't defeat Nalen, but for the latter to kill the former was no easy feat either. With the step of space and time, even against an 11th rank powerhouse, Lin Yuan was confident he could escape, leaving Nalen able only to defeat him. He continued to wander around the Black Planet for a few more laps. After finding nothing else, Lin Yuan left the planet and returned to the starry sky. Let's see if I can take it into my inner world. Looking at the distant Black Planet, Lin Yuan naturally understood that, based on his current discoveries, the rarity of the Black Planet was certainly not inferior to that of rare cosmic treasures like the World Tree. Those 12 black gates that only grade A tier 10 could reach undoubtedly contained some kind of opportunity. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. The space fluctuated gently. Even though Lin Yuan exerted his inner world to the fullest, he couldn't assimilate the Black Planet. The Black Planet seemed like an anchor, firmly connected with countless spatial layers. For Lin Yuan to take the Black Planet into his inner world would mean taking this star domain and countless spatial layers with it. The difficulty was too great. And even if Lin Yuan could do it, he would not choose to do so. Because the commotion caused would be impossible to cover up, taking away large parts of the star domain and spatial layers at once. Likely the three goddesses would inquire what Lin Yuan was doing. Can't take it into the inner world? Lin Yuan felt it was a bit tricky, which meant he could only leave the Black Planet there. Although it hadn't been discovered by other powerhouses over the years, it didn't mean it wouldn't be discovered in the future. I can lease the nearby star domain. That way, I would have the usage rights of all the planets in this star domain. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan thought of a compromise. As long as it is within the range of the human civilization territory, one must follow the charter laws, and even 11th rank powerhouses cannot defy it. Once Lin Yuan became the temporary owner of this star domain, theoretically, the black planet would also belong to him. No one else could claim it, otherwise it would mean making enemies with human civilization. Let's see if this star domain has a lessee. Lin Yuan immediately started connecting to the virtual world to check the information of this star domain. This piece of the star domain was bleak and desolate, so normally no one would be interested in it. After all, leasing an entire star domain was not cheap. If this star domain had already been leased, then Lin Yuan had reason to believe that others had already discovered the special nature of the black planet. If so, obtaining the ownership of this black planet would be much more troublesome. Quickly, Lin Yuan entered the coordinates of this star domain, then waited for the virtual world network to search. Respected Galaxy Master, this star domain has not yet got a lessee. Do you wish to lease it? A digital mechanical voice came through. Lease. Lin Yuan relaxed and immediately responded. This star domain has a diameter of 12.35 light-years. Please select the leasing period. 10,000 years. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. 10,000 years in the main universe were enough for him to thoroughly unravel the secrets of the black planet. Even if he hadn't figured it out by then, Lin Yuan could also choose to extend the leasing period. The leasing fee is 8,000 cubic universe crystals. Would you like to pay now? The digital mechanical voice came again. Pay. Lin Yuan quickly said. Quickly. The 8,000 cubic universe crystals were transferred away, and the ownership of this desolate star domain fell into Lin Yuan's name. Changing ownership of a star domain within human civilization was nothing out of the ordinary. Every second, massive amounts of star domain ownerships were being transferred. Moreover, Lin Yuan chose to hide his information, so his name would not appear on the public listing. So outsiders would not know that Lin Yuan had acquired this star domain. It's done. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. For the next 10,000 years, he would be the master of this star domain, and thus the master of the black planet too. 8,000 cubic universe crystals for this black planet? Worth it. Totally worth it. Lin Yuan felt delighted. 8,000 cubic universe crystals were merely the entire fortune of a normal 8th layer evolver, while the exploration threshold for this black planet was grade A tier 10. Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, gazing at the black planet in the distance. Actually, to discover this black planet is a rare feat. At least a 10th rank evolver passing by this star domain and happening to be near the black planet and taking a glance at it could notice something unusual. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Lin Yuan wasn't your typical 9th rank. His perception was no different from a 10th rank evolver. And 10th rank evolvers? How many were there in the whole of human civilization? And considering the vast expanse of the human civilization territory, spanning countless billions of light-years, most 10th rank powerhouses traveled using great teleportation across thousands of light-years. To just happen to land near here was indeed very difficult. Lin Yuan discovering the anomaly of the black planet owed much to luck. Was this also Lin Yuan's rare encounter? As is well known, a rare encounter greatly relies on luck. Without luck, one wouldn't even notice a rare encounter right in front of them. Once again confirming the ownership of this star domain, Lin Yuan casually left a monitoring method near the black planet. Any life form that approached would be swiftly detected by Lin Yuan. Given the special nature of the black planet, even Lin Yuan couldn't forcibly move it. Other 9th and 10th rank powerhouses trying to stealthily transfer the black planet was tantamount to a fool's dream. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10 Mysterious Black Planet, 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. Lin Yuan left behind a surveillance method, primarily as a warning function. Besides preventing other life forms from approaching, its most important role was to lock onto the position of the black planet. The universe as a whole is constantly moving, and countless planets are no exception. Lin Yuan was worried that he might not pay attention for a moment, and the black planet would wander off on its own. Of course, this possibility was remote. Though planets are always in motion, true, Lin Yuan had already leased more than 10 light-years of the surrounding star domain. Given the slow speed of the black planet's movement, it wouldn't shift even 1 light-year in 1,000,000 or 10 million years.
Soon,
the Taiyong Divine Spirit returned to the Milky Way main star. In the Star Lord's Great Hall, Lin Yuan's true body and the Taiyong Divine Spirit sat facing each other. Rustle, rustle. The numerous Xianhuang crystals and weapon treasures were all handed over to his true body by the Taiyong Divine Spirit. At the same time, the mysterious gourd also landed in the hands of the Taiyong Divine Spirit. After the 9th transit, Lin Yuan, within the shuttle worlds, made great progress in absorbing the liquid inside the mysterious gourd. Yet the Taiyong Divine Spirit and the other divine spirits had yet to absorb the liquid within the gourd to push their inner worlds to the upper limit. Over 20 years. The size of Lin Yuan's inner world had expanded to 2.12 billion square miles, and the absorption of the 7th drop of purple liquid was nearly half complete. 1 month later, the Taiyong Divine Spirit's inner world reached its limit. He then went to the battlefields of different races, exchanging places with the Taiyin Primordial Spirit to continue the enhancement. Virtual World. In his spare time from cultivating enlightenment, Lin Yuan would occasionally connect to the virtual world for relaxation. This day, as Lin Yuan was enjoying delicacies in his personal space, the Black Star Lord invited him to another personal space. Lin Yuan chose to accept. Soon, he arrived at a manor filled with ancient charm. The Black Star Lord, the Lustrous Star Master, and the Skeletal Elder, along with several other grade A tier 10s, were chatting there. The Black Star Lord and his acquaintances belonged to a small circle. Only tier 10 grade A could join, and though Lin Yuan was only 9th rank, it was not a big problem for him to reach grade A tier 10 in the future. The Black Star Lord and the others were also happy to invite Lin Yuan. Ha 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 ha, the Galaxy Master has arrived. The Black Star Lord greeted Lin Yuan with a smile upon his arrival. The Black Star Lord belonged to the Black Origin Evolution Tower. The Lustrous Star Master came from another evolution tower, and, strictly speaking, Lin Yuan should be considered part of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. However, since all were human evolvers, there weren't any barriers between them. Galaxy Master, I heard Nalen has stepped down from his position as Deputy Tower Master, the Lustrous Star Master said with a gentle gaze directed at Lin Yuan. Nalen, the Deputy Tower Master of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, held significant influence within the Tier 10 circle of human civilization. Mainly because Nalen, as Deputy Tower Master, was extremely powerful, ranking in the top 100 on the different species recorded list of Grade A individuals. Nalen has stepped down? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had met Nalen not long before, and the two of them had even exchanged ideas on the understanding of rules, particularly those related to the rule of time. Galaxy Master, you should know that once one assumes the role of Deputy Tower Master, they rarely get replaced midterm, said the Black Star Lord with a smile. What are you implying? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Nalen, as Deputy Tower Master, is likely about to advance to Tier 11, the Skeletal Elder beside him sighed, eyes reflecting envy. The role of Deputy Tower Master in each of the 9 Great Evolution Towers was occupied by 10th rank evolvers. And once a Deputy Tower Master advanced to Tier 11, they would automatically resign, as 11th rank evolvers had far more critical responsibilities ahead, such as preparing to strike for the ultimate, or heading to oversee a large alien battlefield. Nalen still had plenty of time left in his lifespan and hadn't made any significant mistakes. Resigning out of nowhere as Deputy Tower Master and the Supreme Being agreed to it, there was essentially only the possibility of advancing to Tier 11. Tier 11, huh? The Black Star Lord also let out a sigh. As Grade A Tier 10s, they all hoped to advance to Tier 11, but while having hope was one thing, knowing precisely when to advance was another matter. Seeing Nalan take the lead left everyone present with complex thoughts. Nalan has been stuck at a critical bottleneck in the fusion rules for many years now. How did he suddenly overcome it? The lustrous Star Master couldn't help but voice. Who knows? The skeletal elder shook his head. Perhaps he experienced some kind of stimulus. When you have time, Galaxy Master, you'll have to ask Nalan for us, to find out what realization helped him cross that threshold. The lustrous Star Master looked at Lin Yuan and spoke softly. Lin Yuan was a member of the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, and Nalan the Deputy Tower Master. Their relationship was much closer than with the others. All right. Once I encounter Nalan, I will definitely ask. Lin Yuan nodded. He too was curious about how Nalan had made his breakthrough. Though he currently did not need it, listening more could do no harm. Speaking of which, Galaxy Master, you must be about to step into 10th rank as well, the Black Star Lord suddenly inquired. With Lin Yuan's foundation revealed in the Xianhuang's secret realm, opening up 2 billion spatial layers, stepping into 10th rank, must be just as simple as eating and drinking. Yes, with Galaxy Master's aptitude, you might even step into Tier 11 before us, the skeletal elder joked. He spoke offhandedly. With everyone present as Grade A Tier 10s, it could be that any day now someone would follow Nalan's footsteps, advancing to Tier 11 after a single session of seclusion. Lin Yuan was still 9th rank, and even if he stepped into 10th rank, he still had a considerable journey ahead. After chatting casually with the Black Star Lord and other friends for a while, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and resumed his cultivation of enlightenment. Nalan's breakthrough gave Lin Yuan a great deal of motivation. The 2000th time rule new model, is it a ring? A serpent ring? Visions of the River of Time in its entirety filled Lin Yuan's mind. Overall, the River of Time flowed ceaselessly from the ancient past towards the distant future. But in reality, in certain sections of the river, time appeared as a serpent ring, with the beginning and end connected. Does that mean time is a closed loop? Regardless of where you start, you eventually return to the same point. Lin Yuan thought, as a torrent of insights and spiritual light flooded his mind. With continuous contemplation, Lin Yuan was rapidly advancing his understanding of the rule of time. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11. The War of Billions of Years Ago. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. Whoosh. In front of Lin Yuan, a gray, hazy sphere was suspended. It was the miniature universe, obtained from the 9 floors dark tower. While reviewing the numerous mysteries of the River of Time, Lin Yuan often pondered over this miniature universe. The complete rule of time within the miniature universe, though far from the vast majesty of the true River of Time, had the advantage that Lin Yuan could observe it at any moment. As for the River of Time, even if Lin Yuan reviewed it time and again, he only had access to a tiny fragment. As for the countless variations and details originating from the River of Time, they remained somewhat unclear. If I could make another trip to the shore, my understanding of the rule of time could probably advance by a few more years. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but was also aware of the great cost the Supreme Being Xia Qin must have paid to free him from the constraints of the River of Time. He guessed it was not a small price and felt it was not appropriate to ask again at this time. The ability of a Supreme Being to maintain their peak combat power holds great significance for human civilization. The Xiaoyu Evolution Tower is close to the territories of 2 peak clans, and the state of Supreme Being Xia Qin himself is related to whether the frontier territories of human civilization are stable or not. Lin Yuan's consciousness seeped into the miniature universe, observing the specific operations of the rule of time. Inside the gray, hazy sphere, space spanning hundreds of light years was contained, the environment somewhat similar to the main universe, with stars, normal planets, and even more so, desolate starry space. The rule of time, there is actually this aspect. The more Lin Yuan observed, the more he realized. After having seen the full view of the river of time, Lin Yuan's understanding of the essence of the rule of time greatly improved. It was like having a direction, and Lin Yuan knew which direction was the right target for the true understanding of the rule of time. Issues that Lin Yuan could not understand or found confusing when observing the miniature universe in the past were now quickly being resolved. There is also the combination of time and space, as well as the combination of many basic rules, jointly maintaining a certain balance, which prevents this miniature universe from collapsing. Lin Yuan was inexplicably shocked. While an eighth-layer evolver could open up an inner world, such a world relies entirely on the main universe, and even the opener themselves do not understand why. It's like a high-tech product. You know how to use it, but not the underlying principles, which involve many scientific fields. And this miniature universe was perfected by the demonic Jade Tower Master after 1,000,000 years of effort. Despite its size and strength being far inferior to a supreme being's inner universe, its nature is similar. This is why stone statue Shinji originally offered this treasure. In the eyes of stone statue Shinji, strictly speaking, the miniature universe could no longer be considered an 11-star rare treasure. It is completely independent, with its many rules operating on their own, unaffected by external factors. However, the inner worlds of beings of the 8th, 9th, 10th, and even 11th rank, as long as they have not mastered the rule of time, are dependent worlds of the main universe. If the main universe were to be destroyed, all dependent worlds would also perish. Xianhuang's secret realm? Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the heritage secret realm left by Emperor Xianhuang. The Xianhuang secret realm is completely reliant on the main universe, but seems able to avoid the influence of the main universe. At least Lin Yuan learned from the six-armed silhouette that the Xianhuang secret realm had already existed for several cosmic eras. What constitutes a cosmic era? The cycle of the universe from birth to destruction is considered one cosmic era. But the main universe has been destroyed dozens of times, and the Xianhuang secret realm still exists. Perhaps this is also Emperor Xuanhuang's method? Lin Yuan's thoughts paused only momentarily before no longer dwelling on them, continuing to immerse himself in the observation and understanding of the miniature universe. Matters concerning the destruction and rebirth of the universe were far too remote for Lin Yuan at present. They are issues only a supreme being is qualified to confront. The 2001 new model of the rule of time. The 2002 new model of the rule of time. Lin Yuan's understanding of the rule of time soared rapidly. Having comprehended 5 completely new models of the rule of time, he was much closer to grasping the rule of time in its entirety. Time, space. Lin Yuan continued to observe the miniature universe, understanding the space rules while also delving into the rule of time. With deeper insights, Lin Yuan faintly realized that the space rules also accounted for a significant part of the foundation of the miniature universe. Space. Space. Lin Yuan's eyes grew brighter. Over the years, he had never stopped contemplating the space rules, often revisiting the void interpretation left by the Moyu Tower Master. Space rules. Golden rules. Lin Yuan's mind was flooded with numerous profound insights regarding these 2 rules. Space rules are pillar rules, and the golden rules are fundamental. Your aptitude is against the heavens, gradually understanding the essence of the 2 major rules, and you begin fusing the 2 rules. Your aptitude is against the heavens, gradually understanding the essence of the 2 major rules, and you begin fusing the 2 rules. Your aptitude is against the heavens, having successfully fused the 2 major rules. In an instant, a new rule power was born within Lin Yuan. This new rule power was extremely sharp, as if it could tear through endless space. While I was contemplating the rule of time, I ended up creating a kind of fusion rule, one that takes a pillar rule as the core foundation. Lin Yuan was slightly startled, but felt joy in his heart. Fusion rules are domains explored by 10th rank life forms. The rules being fused can generally be divided into 3 levels. From the weakest to the strongest, they are the fusion between basic rules. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability: Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 11. The Battle a Billion Years Ago. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _2. The fusion between the pillar rules and the basic rules. The fusion among the pillar rules themselves. The strongest among the fusion rules, the fusion of pillar rules with other pillar rules, requires only one to be understood to rank as grade A among the 10th rank, whereas the fusion of pillar rules with basic rules ranks at least as grade C among the 10th rank, and some can reach the grade B, 10th rank. Normally, it is impossible for a 9th rank powerhouse to comprehend fusion rules. Due to insufficient realm, the main cultivation direction for 9th rank life forms is to continuously open up spatial layers, making their inner worlds increasingly substantial. This is the foundation for breaking through to the 10th rank. However, Lin Yuan's foundation was incredibly profound. Although he was at the 9th rank, his understanding of the space rules and many basic rules was in no way inferior to those of the 10th rank powerhouses. Is the rule resulting from the fusion of space rules and golden rules the spatial rupture rule? Lin Yuan quickly found the corresponding fusion rule in the Human Civilization database on fusion rules. Even the fusion of two identical rules might result in different fusion rules. For instance, the possible rules resulting from the fusion of space rules with golden rules could be the spatial rupture rule, the spatial shatter rule, the spatial gold blade rule, and so on. The spatial rupture rule is a combat-oriented fusion rule, extremely lethal, and one of the top rules in the second-tier fusion rules. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Comprehending the spatial rupture rule greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's combat power, allowing him to unleash a might that was not much weaker than a 10th rank grade B at full force. One must know Lin Yuan was just at the 9th rank, with a significant realm difference from the 10th rank. Even having comprehended the spatial rupture rule, theoretically, he was far from reaching the combat power of a 10th rank grade B. The same blade, in the hands of a child and an adult, naturally exhibits vastly different powers. But Lin Yuan's accumulation in other aspects was also quite formidable. Taking multiple aspects into account, he was almost at the same level as a normal 10th rank grade B. If I could step into the 10th rank and transform all aspects like my physical soul, spirit will, and inner world, wouldn't I be comparable to a 10th rank grade A? Lin Yuan thought, feeling slightly excited. To possess the combat power of a 10th rank grade A right after breaking through to the 10th rank? This had never happened before in the history of the cosmic starry sky. Comprehending the spatial rupture rule was a delightful surprise for Lin Yuan. He was earnestly comprehending the rule of time, but unexpectedly touched on this type of fusion rule, something he hadn't anticipated at all. But since he had comprehended it, it was naturally a good thing. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue his comprehension. Has the information about that black planet been found? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately contacted the goddess of wisdom. About the black life planet he discovered, after confirming he obtained the leasing rights for that star domain, he immediately contacted the goddess of wisdom. He aimed to use the vast human civilization data repository to figure out the origin of that black planet. This was what Lin Yuan would do whenever he faced many treasures with unclear origins and uses. When Lin Yuan had raided the Milky Way star region and obtained that mysterious gourd, he also immediately uploaded its image to the goddess of wisdom. However, the human civilization's recorded database did not contain any information on the mysterious gourd. But this black planet, evidently, the goddess of wisdom found some related information clues. Respected 8th level citizen Scholar Yuan, the information about the black planet you inquired about, after comparison, is suspected to come from a treasure that fell into the universe from outside before the birth of human civilization, said the goddess of wisdom, her voice solemn and cold. A treasure that fell from outside the universe. Before the birth of human civilization? Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat stern. The eternal spatial rift in the main universe connects to the outside of the universe, and occasionally has objects drift in. Over 100 years ago, that segment of a supreme being's body came in this way. eventually causing a murderous conflict among the top beings from the peak clans of the Great Alliance. Quickly, the goddess of wisdom then transmitted all information about the Black Planet to Lin Yuan. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's expression cleared. Human civilization has only had a history of over 2 million years. Before that, the starry sky races of the cosmic starry sky were still fiercely competing, with the supreme beings sitting in power everywhere. Until many treasures from beyond the universe fell. Countless treasures, comparable to 11-star and even 12-star, continuously fell from the eternal spatial rift into the universe, instantly driving the then supreme beings mad. Treasures of 11-star might not interest a supreme being, but those of 12-star, especially top-quality 12-star treasures, indeed made the supreme beings green with envy. This caused a war that affected nearly all supreme beings across the universe. That battle was extremely brutal. Numerous strong clans were wiped out, several supreme beings were severely injured, and many of the treasures that fell were scattered across the universe due to the battle. Many historical scholars of human civilization have repeatedly studied that great battle and deduced some conclusions, including that human civilization was able to rise smoothly because of that war. Without that fierce battle, where supreme beings fought desperately and caused the extinction of nearly half of the starry sky races, even if human civilization could re-emerge, it would have taken much longer. Simply put, the current flourishing state of human civilization could be attributed to the dividends from that great war. Furthermore, the architectural style on the Black Planet resembled many treasures that fell from outside the universe during that era. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11. The Battle a Billion Years Ago. 5,000 words. Please subscribe. _3. The Great War where supreme beings were heavily wounded. Lin Yuan's heart trembled a bit. Having briefly escaped the shackles of the river of time and witnessing those supreme beings' true bodies at the shore, Lin Yuan was all too aware of how powerful 12th rank life was. What would a war that could heavily wound supreme beings be like? However, it also increasingly highlighted the preciousness of those treasures that had fallen from outside of the universe. How could supreme beings possibly engage in fierce battles with each other if it were not for the sight of actual benefits and advantages? The Black Planet must be one of the many treasures that fell because of the killing among supreme beings, many treasures scattered. Lin Yuan thought to himself. And these treasures are naturally capable of concealing their presence. Even supreme beings wouldn't be able to detect them unless they were quite close. Lin Yuan pondered silently in his heart. He couldn't help feeling that his luck was indeed quite good. After such a long time, most of the scattered treasures had been found. Even if there were any overlooked, they would certainly be extremely rare, hidden in very inconspicuous places. Yet he had managed to find one. Respected scholar Yuan, 8th level citizen. This Black Planet involves secrets from before the birth of human civilization. Would you consider handing it over for human civilization to explore in exchange for a large number of merit points? The goddess of wisdom's voice came once more. This was the standard procedure. Whenever a human civilization evolver discovered special planets or ancient remains in an uncharted star domain, the goddess of wisdom would make a suggestion. The discoverer could agree or refuse. How many merit points could I get? Lin Yuan asked with interest. If the merit points were sufficient, he wouldn't mind handing over the Black Planet to human civilization. After all, it was just a matter of price. Preliminary assessment, valued at 500 million merit points, the goddess of wisdom said. 500 million merit points. Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed in surprise. That was indeed a substantial number of merit points. How much did Lin Yuan's crafted 9th stage martial Tao chapter fetch in merit points? Not even 100 million merit points. Plus the bloodline cultivation path, in the end, brought in just 200 million merit points. And now, a mere Black Planet was valued at 500 million merit points. After all, Not even a Galaxy Masterclass rare treasure like the World Tree, which was of 11-star quality, totaled 500 million merit points. 500 million merit points. Though substantial, they are meaningless to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Ascending from a 9th-level citizen to a 9th rank requires 1 billion merit points. Even if Lin Yuan had an additional 500 million merit points, becoming a 9th-level citizen was still far out of reach. And as for trading merit points for those rare treasures recorded by human civilization, currently, with Lin Yuan's cultivation progressing smoothly, he lacked nothing and didn't have a great desire for treasures. Moreover, most treasures could be purchased using cosmic crystals by someone like Lin Yuan with his privileges among humans. There was no need to squander merit points. I'll consider it. Lin Yuan casually responded to the goddess of wisdom. He planned to wait until he had advanced to 10th rank and comprehended the corresponding fusion rules before personally exploring and then deciding whether to sell the Black Planet to human civilization. After all, the Black Planet was there. Given the goddess of wisdom's estimate, the price would not go down no matter when he sold it, unless Lin Yuan took away important treasures from inside the Black Planet, causing its value to plummet significantly. A month later, Lin Yuan was cultivating when he received the news. Lin, the former deputy tower master of Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, had stepped into Tier 11. An 11th rank evolver was the strongest force under the human civilization's supreme beings. The birth of every 11th rank evolver was a golden age for human civilization, meaning the chance of a 10th supreme being emerging was another step closer. Thus, every 11th rank evolver's ascension was celebrated. At that time, many forces of human civilization would come to offer their congratulations, and even different species with no particular enmity toward human civilization would send strong beings to celebrate. Virtual World. Lin Yuan, of course, was also invited to participate in Deputy Tower Master Lin's celebration. There sure are a lot of people. Lin Yuan appeared in a virtual world specially created for the occasion. It was a star system, and the countless guests who came to offer their congratulations were all arranged to sit on different planets. Given Lin Yuan's status and strength, he naturally could sit on the most central planet. Galaxy Master. Galaxy Master, you've come too? The Black Star Lord, Lustrous Star Master, and other grade A 10th rank, seeing Lin Yuan, immediately waved. See, didn't I speculate correctly? Deputy Tower Master Lin really broke through to Tier 11. Black Star Lord immediately started speaking. Some time ago, after hearing that Deputy Tower Master Lin had resigned from his position, he speculated with Lin Yuan and others that there would be another 11th rank evolver in human civilization. Lin Yuan smiled as he casually chatted with Black Star Lord and a few others. A moment later, Black Star Lord glanced at the central position of the planet. It's about time. We should go and offer our congratulations to Deputy Tower Master Lin. As the main character of the celebration, Deputy Tower Master Lin was at the center of the planet, chatting with the important guests who came to celebrate. Whoosh! Even before Lin Yuan had become an evolver, he knew that human civilization had spent just over 2 million years rising from the ancestral star, sweeping through myriad different species, to become one of the most powerful peak clans in the cosmic starry skies. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't noticed anything odd. After all, for him at that time, over 2 million years seemed an exceedingly long period. But as his power and realm grew, he came to understand the significance behind it. Over 2 million years is indeed a long time for ordinary humans or evolvers of the 2nd or 3rd layer. But for a high-rank evolver, it's not an unreachable amount of time. An 8th layer evolver can live for 2 to 3 million years, enough to span the entire history of the current human Starry Sea era. As for a 9th rank evolver, they only live longer. 10th rank evolver? 11th rank evolver? Especially the latter, who, after fully understanding the rule of time, can easily live for tens, hundreds, or even trillions of years. In the depths of the starry skies, many of those ancient gods were born at the dawn of the universe, having lived through incredibly long eons, yet they remain stuck at 11th rank. Of course, for a few powerful ancient gods, being stuck at the 11th rank is not because they can't attempt the ultimate. It's because they dare not attempt it. A failed attempt at the ultimate means complete annihilation. Even a supreme being cannot reverse time to resurrect them. To attempt the ultimate, one must leap out of the river of time. This leap means a complete withdrawal, including the life imprint etched in the origin source of the universe. If the attempt fails, everything will vanish, including that thread of life imprint. And for a supreme being to resurrect a past life, it requires using that life imprint as a guiding mark. That is why those below the 6th rank cannot be resurrected. Their life imprints are too weak to form a guiding mark. An 11th rank life, attempting the ultimate, must first erase its own guiding mark, for only then can it make the ultimate leap, trying to step into the realm of the supreme being. As his strength grew stronger, Lin Yuan came into contact with and felt more and more. He also increasingly realized how incredible it was for human civilization to have become a peak clan in just over 2 million years and to have birthed 9 supreme beings. Unlike other peak clans such as the insect race and the Tianyu clan, which existed for countless ages, human civilization had just over 2 million years of history. And, according to explanations within human civilization itself, it was a long time ago. On the ancestral star of human civilization, an unprecedented adventure occurred. This adventure allowed the life on the ancestral star, which was the nascent form of the future human civilization, to undergo a drastic transformation. Only from the beginning of the Starry Sea era, with the emergence of the first supreme being, did human civilization begin to expand outward. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 13. Time achieved, 5,000 words. Please subscribe, _2. Indeed. Before the birth of a supreme being, human civilization dare not make contact with the outside world. The encounter was so significant that the slightest leak would result in being hunted by all life in the universe. Starry Sea Era. The first year, human civilization birthed its first supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 1300, human civilization birthed its second supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 5700, human civilization birthed its third supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 11,000, human civilization birthed its fourth supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 18,000, human civilization birthed its fifth supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 20,000, human civilization birthed its sixth supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 25,000, human civilization birthed its seventh supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 38,000, human civilization birthed its eighth supreme being. Starry Sea Era year 120,000, human civilization birthed its ninth supreme being. Because of that unprecedented encounter, human civilization explosively added 9 supreme beings in a short period of time. Of course, this was the period of utmost splendor for human civilization. But before the first year of the Starry Sea Era, there were over 2 million years of dormant months. The more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea Era does not mean human civilization only has a history of over 2 million years. In fact, the history of the ancestral star exceeds tens of billions of years. During the dormant months, our human civilization strong had to secretly leave the ancestral star, posing as lone wanderers in the universe, or sell their services to different species in exchange for cultivation resources. Even in death, they could not reveal their origins. Lin Yuan said softly. Indeed, Nalin, the deputy tower master, nodded. In that era, geniuses of human civilization had to keep the lowest of profiles and desperately conceal their talents, or else they might be captured and enslaved by other powerful groups. Nowadays, countless geniuses of human civilization emerge, and although different species occasionally assassinate them, successful assassinations are ultimately few. And as long as one reaches 6th rank, capable of imprinting their life mark, there is hope for resurrection. Who knows what kind of spectacular vision it was when countless treasures fell into the universe, and what kind of encounter it brought to human civilization? Nalin, the deputy tower master, said with emotion. countless treasures fell into the universe? Was it that event which caused the great extinction of 90% of the species in the universe? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, recalling the results after asking the goddess of wisdom to investigate the Black Planet. Does the Galaxy Master also understand this matter? Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, was slightly surprised. He only learned these secrets after stepping into Tier 11 when his status and strength reached the threshold. Doubtful that the Galaxy Master also knew? But thinking of the Xia Qin's Supreme Being's regard for the Galaxy Master, Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, understood. Correct. The unprecedented encounter that our human civilization received before the dormant months must have come from that event, Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, stated. Actually, he was only speculating based on the various pieces of information known so far. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan realized in his heart why the goddess of wisdom had so quickly found the origins of the Black Planet. And she immediately offered a purchase price of 500 million merit points. It turns out she had some understanding of the Black Planet. My gourd. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the mysterious gourd obtained from cleansing the Milky Way star region. Although human civilization could not find any information about the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan instinctively felt that perhaps this gourd was one of the countless treasures that had fallen into the universe. Because so far, Lin Yuan hadn't found any information about the mysterious gourd, as if it wasn't a product of this universe at all. After Lin, the Deputy Tower Master, left, a small ripple surfaced in Lin Yuan's heart. Nowadays, the majority of human citizens only focused on the valiant military exploits of human civilization sweeping away different species in the more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era. But in reality, the even longer and more ancient dormant years before the Starry Sea era were also great. What's the use of even getting an unprecedented opportunity by luck? Without a difficult dormant period, even the most precious encounters would be looted and occupied by strong beings. I must cherish the current environment for cultivation. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and once again immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Lin Yuan had now comprehended 2,040 new rule models of time. He was only 10 models away from fully understanding the rule of time, as he had expected. The 2041st rule model of time. Is it a well? The well of time? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he attempted to construct this time rule model. But all attempts failed. The well of time. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Let's make another trip to the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's consciousness followed the magic jade mark and directly descended into the demon jade space. The 5th floor of the Black Tower requires one to have comprehended the rule of time in order to overcome its challenges. That is to say, the many temporal predicaments on the 5th floor are specifically targeted at the various stages of grasping the rule of time. Lin Yuan, leading from effect to cause, combined with insights from the miniature universe, the full scope of the river of time, often achieved significant gains. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived in front of the 9 floors dark tower. At this moment, stone statue Shinji was chatting leisurely with a burly man. The burly man, named Yuan Jin, was the second examiner to enter the demon jade space in this universe, and after supplementing some demonic evolution path, he joined the magic jade tower as an ordinary member. Compared to Lin Yuan, who had comprehended 3,333 paths of demonic evolution, he naturally fell far short. But even in the chaos void, supplementing the path of demonic evolution is a main method for the magic jade tower to recruit members. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 13. Time achieved, 5,000 words. Please subscribe, _3. As for comprehending all 3,333 demonic evolution paths, among the 100,000 members of the Magic Jade Tower, it's unlikely even one could achieve that. You've arrived? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Stone statue Shinji immediately ignored the muscular Yuan Jin by his side and spoke with a smile. Even Yuan Jin didn't dare to express any opinions. In his view, the Lin Yuan before him was an unfathomable 11th rank life, whom he could only hope to meet in this place. If it were in the outside world, let alone him, even the Yuan family he represented would find it extremely difficult to get an audience with an 11th rank evolver. So far, the known number of 11th rank evolvers within human civilization definitely does not exceed 1,000. 1,000 may sound like a lot, but relative to the vast territories of human civilization, it's unknown how many Star Alliance domains there are for each evolver to emerge. And most 11th rank evolvers of human civilization are concentrated on the large alien battlefields. The remaining are based mostly in the central star domain. The 11th rank evolvers in the surrounding 4 major star regions are primarily associated with the 9 great evolution towers. I want to challenge the 5th layer, Lin Yuan stated directly. Now that he was acquainted with stone statue Shinji, he didn't hesitate to speak his mind. All right. Go ahead. Stone statue, Shinji nodded. The entrance to the 9 floors dark tower opened behind him. Under the cautious observation of Yuan Jin, Lin Yuan entered the 9 floors dark tower. At this time, stone statue Shinji was watching the screens of the 5th layer of the dark tower. Yuan Jin stood by the side, having no authority to see what was happening on the 5th layer. He could only stand respectfully in his spot, looking up at the faint glow emitting from the location of the dark tower's 5th layer. Very soon, stone statue Shinji shook his head with a hint of regret. So close. So close. Yuan Jin shuddered with fear. Had he almost conquered the 5th layer? According to the information of the 9 floors dark tower, one would need to have mastered the rule of time to be confident in passing the 5th layer. And mastering the rule of time, even among 11th rank evolvers, signifies being among the strong. The esteemed one from earlier was just a step away from comprehending the rule of time completely. I only just managed to pass the 1st layer when I broke through to the 9th rank. Yuan Jin swallowed hard. Having the talent and gifts to fully perfect a demonic evolution path, he had barely managed to pass the 1st layer of the Dark Tower after stepping into the 9th rank. Rustle, rustle. Just then, Lin Yuan reappeared outside the Dark Tower. Give it some more time, and it should be about right. Stone statue Shinji spoke up. Had it been any other 11th rank life, he certainly wouldn't have said this, as the final bottleneck of the rule of time was known to stump many powerful beings. But for Lin Yuan, stone statue Shinji had no doubts at all. Lin Yuan nodded. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced over at Yuan Jin, who was standing respectfully by the side. Having spent such a long time in the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan had barely exchanged a few words with him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, Yuan Jin was a fellow human evolver. Being the only 2 challengers in the Demon Jade space, it was only appropriate to greet him. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware that Yuan Jin was human and that he came from human civilization. But Yuan Jin was unaware of any information about Lin Yuan. He did not even know whether Lin Yuan came from the same universe as his. After all, anyone with a magic jade mark could descend in consciousness to this Demon Jade space, regardless of which universe they were from, as long as they were still within the same dimension. My lord. Yuan Jin was both anxious and fearful. What merit did he possess to have 11th rank powerhouse converse with him personally? You really don't have to do this. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. We are both 9th rank evolvers, so you may speak to me normally from now on. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Jin started to reply self-consciously, but then his mind short-circuited. What did the lord just say? Actually, you didn't have to do that. No, that's not right. That's not the sentence. Both of us are 9th ranks? Both of us are 9th ranks? Both of us are 9th ranks? The burly Yuan Jin felt somewhat dazed. 9th rank? Almost breached the 5th floor of the Black Tower? About to fully grasp the rule of time? The burly Yuan Jin didn't react for a long time. Is this still considered 9th rank? The burly Yuan Jin mustered the courage to express his doubts. But he found that Lin Yuan had already left, leaving only the stone statue, Shinji, beside him, smiling at him. Did I just fall into an illusionary realm? The burly Yuan Jin couldn't help but ask the stone statue. As a ninth rank evolver, even though he had just entered ninth rank, he had a fairly strong grasp of his own spirit and spirit will. But the words he had just heard were too unbelievable. So much so that he wondered if he'd fallen into an illusionary realm without noticing. "There's no need to doubt," said the stone statue Shinji with a slight smile. "The one just now is indeed a life of the ninth rank, but also the strongest ninth rank life I have ever seen." The strongest ninth rank life? The burly Yuan Jin murmured to himself. So, were all the words he just heard true? Shock beyond words filled the heart of the burly Yuan Jin. A ninth rank on the verge of fully grasping the rule of time? What kind of freak is this? Even within their human civilization, the Galaxy Master, who is hailed as the strongest genius in history, couldn't possibly do it, right? Even though the burly Yuan Jin was just a newly advanced ninth rank, he knew well that a ninth rank on the verge of fully grasping the rule of time is completely different from a tier 11 on the verge of mastering it.
It's a whole different concept.
The former is unimaginably more difficult than the latter. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After attempting again to breach the 5th floor of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time soared once more. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2041st new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2043rd new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2045th new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2048th new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have deduced the 2050th new model of the rule of time. Your perception is against the heavens. You have fully comprehended the rule of time. In a trance, the world in front of Lin Yuan changed. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14, Evolution of the Inner World. Please subscribe. Finally, I've grasped the rule of time. Lin Yuan's face was vibrant, having mastered the rule of time as a ninth rank being. In the vast main universe, such a precedent had never before been set, because it was too difficult to achieve. Even in the records of the Magic Jade Tower and the profound yellow lineage, only the fabled innate temporal beings and a very few wondrous creatures could accomplish this feat. The so-called temporal life forms are mysterious beings capable of traveling back and forth across numerous timelines. The ultimate end of cultivation for a 12th rank supreme being is to transform into a temporal life form. The rule of time. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Having comprehended the rule of time, Lin Yuan's physical soul underwent no change. But he could palpably sense the existence of the vast river of time. It should be known that before comprehending the rule of time, even an 11th rank powerhouse would not sense the river of time. To be ignorant of the mountain when one is in the midst of it. I am now capable of significantly slowing my own flow of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before understanding the rule of time, Lin Yuan could slow down his own time flow, but it was far from significant. But now Lin Yuan could slow his own experience of time by 1,000, 10,000, or even by hundreds of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of years might pass in the outside world, while Lin Yuan would experience only 1 year. This is also the main method by which those powerful ancient gods in the depths of the universe prolong their lifespans. A small portion of ancient gods have the conditions to attempt the ultimate, but they dare not try for fear of failure. Thus, they keep waiting for an opportunity, prolonging their lifespans over one epoch after another by slowing down their time flow. Of course, in the eyes of these ancient gods, the time they live through might just be 10 years or several decades, yet for the main universe, billions of years have passed. Slowing the flow of time is of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had plenty of life left and had no need to cling to existence in such a manner. The river of time? Lin Yuan looked towards the universe around him, and within the hazy mist, he seemed to see a mighty long river flowing endlessly. The most important point after comprehending the rule of time was the realization of one's own struggle within the river of time. Compared to the perspective when the Xia Supreme Being took him to the shore, to escape the bondage of the river of time, Lin Yuan's current perspective was from within the river of time itself. The two perspectives were utterly different. What could be seen from the latter was far less in both depth and breadth than the former. I'm too small within the river of time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The stronger one's strength, the larger their reflection in the river of time. Although Lin Yuan had grasped the rule of time, he was, after all, only a 9th rank being. Even if his life essence was comparable to a grade A tier 10 being, in the river of time, he was still inconspicuous. Within the river of time, ordinary 11th rank beings are but small fish, while those who comprehend the rule of time at 11th rank are considered big fish. And Lin Yuan? Despite comprehending the rule of time, his essence of life was still too weak. Right now, he could probably only count as a mayfly. Previously at the shore, observing the river, I saw a big fish whose body covered half the riverbed. I wonder what level of 11th rank being that was. Lin Yuan suddenly thought. If it's in the river of time, then it's still 11th rank. But capable of covering half the riverbed? That signifies a terrifyingly strong essence of life. The shore? Lin Yuan tried to look towards the shore but found it to be just a blur. Beings within the river can't peek at the scenes of the shore. I'm now fully capable of leaping up and briefly leaving the river, but I'd better not. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. A life that has comprehended the rule of time can, with all its might, briefly leap out of the river of time, but by doing so, it would fall into the sight of the supreme beings on the shore. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, but other supreme beings in this universe. Many supreme beings hold deep malice against human civilization. Swim against the current? Lin Yuan turned his head, looking towards the distant past. One by one, lives that had perished in the past emerged before his eyes. The further he looked into the distant past, the more life phantoms appeared. All these beings started at 6th rank. Lin Yuan simply couldn't see those below 6th rank. In theory, I now have the ability to fish out people. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Of course, theory is just theory. With Lin Yuan's current strength and essence of life, even fishing out a 6th rank being would instantly be crushed by the backlash from the main universe and the river of time. Even an 11th rank powerhouse couldn't withstand the backlash from resurrecting a 6th rank life. So far, only a supreme being can easily fish out those who have died and bring them to the most recent time span for resurrection. Supreme beings are too powerful. Only reviving an 11th rank life would make them exercise caution, and even then, only a terribly formidable 11th rank life at that. The river of time.
The shore.
The 9 supreme beings of human civilization stand in a row here. Further away, the Xia Supreme Being is doing the same, quietly overlooking the surface of the river.
Suddenly,
the Xia Supreme Being's expression shifted ever so slightly. A subtle ripple from the depths of the river of time alerted him that a life form was peering towards the shore. Typically, such disturbances mean that some being has understood the rule of time, realizing they are but fish in the river of time, and are attempting to look towards the shore. Has a being comprehended the rule of time? Xia Supreme Being's thoughts spread out. If it had been before, he wouldn't have given it too much thought. The river of time is immeasurably vast, encompassing not just the many beings of the present, but also countless lives from the past. The occasional emergence of a life form that has grasped the rule of time is nothing out of the ordinary. That alone is evident when other supreme beings show not the slightest interest. Yet Xia Supreme Being felt a vague guess in his heart. Could the life that comprehended the rule of time be that little guy? Xia Supreme Being started to look forward to it secretly. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, sending a wisp of his will into his inner world. As the rule of time was fully comprehended, the rule of time became a pillar within his inner world, supporting it alongside space rules and many other rules. Rumble, rumble. A special transformation occurred within the inner world. In Lin Yuan's direct perception, the inner world hadn't expanded a bit, nor had its spatial layers increased by one. But with the integration of the rule of time, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his inner world became complete. It was as if the previous inner world had been incomplete and now was finally refilled to become whole. Is this the independence of the inner world? Lin Yuan mused with a thoughtful expression. With both the rule of time and space rules, the space-time within the inner world was no longer dependent on the main universe. Strictly speaking, the inner world and the main universe existed on the same level. Both were worlds with space-time. The difference was merely that the main universe was countless times larger than the inner world, but no matter how vast the difference, both belonged to the world. Both direct descendants of the chaos void. How wonderful! This is the independent inner world. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, and at this moment, his inner world could isolate itself from the perception of the main universe. It's known that the main universe can sense everything within the inner world. When Lin Yuan ended his journey in the spirit realm and deduced dozens of cosmic forces, the main universe sensed it, with origin forces of the universe lingering outside his inner world, just waiting for Lin Yuan to open it up and let the dozens of cosmic forces adapt to the main universe.
But now,
Lin Yuan had a feeling that even if there were treasures desired by the main universe within his inner world, they would not be detected. Because, to the main universe, the inner world was now completely isolated. Both had become independent and complete. Although there is no change in combat power, I am freer now, Lin Yuan said with a smile appearing on his face. To say there was no change in combat power wasn't entirely accurate, as Lin Yuan's mastery over time had become unfathomably stronger than before after comprehending the rule of time. Even if he could not match 10th rank grade A in direct combat power, he could play with those at 10th rank grade A using his understanding of the rule of time. For example, now Lin Yuan could use the rule of time to cast Time Prison, and those at 10th rank grade A would need to struggle for at least half an hour to break free, even if they exerted all their strength. Half an hour?
the dishes would be cold by then.
After comprehending the rule of time, the transformation speed of my inner world began to surge. Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. The breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank is a slow transformation process. According to Lin Yuan's own estimate, it would take about 100 years to complete. But now, Lin Yuan estimated that it would take only 60 or 70 years for him. Comprehending the rule of time actually comes with such benefits? Lin Yuan felt pleased. Although there would be no variables in his breakthrough to 10th rank given his foundation, the earlier he steps into 10th rank, the better. Xiaqin Supreme Being once said that an independent inner world will receive origin infusion from the chaos void during a great realm transition, and that would be a major opportunity. Lin Yuan looked forward with slight anticipation. An infusion of origin from the chaos void? Theoretically, this treatment should only be available to 11th rank life, challenging the ultimate. Yet Lin Yuan was enjoying it in his 9th rank challenge to 10th rank. If it spread out, it would make many 11th rank lives jealous to the point of madness. Right. It's time to see Xiaqin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and immediately started to connect his consciousness to the virtual world. Xiaqin Supreme Being had once instructed Lin Yuan if he could comprehend the rule of time at 9th rank, he must seek him out again. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the rule of time had been greatly aided by Xiaqin Supreme Being. Without the latter leading him to escape from the river of time, Lin Yuan might have been able to understand the rule of time. But it would have been greatly delayed, perhaps even dragged out to 10th rank. Virtual World. Supreme Being's personal world. Xiaqin Supreme Being was seated high on his throne. The little guy has come to find me? Xiaqin Supreme Being's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered the faint ripple he had felt by the shore of the river of time just now. Could it be that ripple really came from Lin Yuan? Xiaqin Supreme Being's heart fluttered with excitement. Previously, it was just a conjecture.
Soon.
Lin Yuan's figure appeared below. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Have you comprehended the rule of time?" Xia Qin Supreme Being asked directly. A rare trace of anxiousness flickered across his expression. How did Xia Qin Supreme Being know? Lin Yuan was somewhat perplexed, but he still answered, "Yes. Comprehending the rule of time." Xia Qin Supreme Being's tone was rarely vibrant. Good, good, good. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15. Breakthrough Preparation. Subscribe request. Yes, yes, yes. Xia Qin Supreme Being said, his tone invigorated, growing increasingly satisfied as he observed Lin Yuan. Over the long years, he had nurtured several descendants, pouring his heart and soul into them. These descendants possessed the blood essence of a 12th rank life, further enhanced by the cultivation from a supreme being himself. Indeed, they achieved significant accomplishments. But compared to Lin Yuan, Xia Qin Supreme Being even blushed a little. So far, the only nurturing that Xia Qin Supreme Being had done for the Galaxy Master was to take him on a trip to the banks of the River of Time. As for more, there was none. The soul-settling pearl that could resist attacks of the same ultimate level. In fact, any peerless genius of human civilization summoned by a Supreme Being usually received one. The only difference Xia Qin Supreme Being made for Lin Yuan compared to other human peerless geniuses was to let the Galaxy Master view the entirety of the River of Time during his 9th rank. Such an opportunity could be considered big, but also not so big. For mediocre talents, seeing or not seeing made no difference. Even for the peerless evolutionary geniuses, it would only slightly facilitate their understanding of the rule of time. But Lin Yuan? Having only observed for a while, he understood the rule of time in less than 30 years? Such an achievement left even Xia Qin Supreme Being somewhat dumbfounded. He indeed had the expectation that Lin Yuan would understand the rule of time when reaching the 9th rank. But he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan looked towards Xia Qin Supreme Being seated on the throne. During the first summons by Xia Qin Supreme Being, even when he learned that Lin Yuan was the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, Xia Qin Supreme Being showed only a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but to be this excited now? To say yes 3 times? Before today, Lin Yuan had not expected the Supreme Being to show such emotional fluctuation. It seems that understanding the rule of time at the 9th rank and breaking through to the 10th rank brings more rewards than I imagined, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When will the transformation be complete? Xia Qin Supreme Being observed Lin Yuan for a while, and then asked. Being a Supreme Being, he naturally knew all the details of breaking through from the 9th rank to the 10th rank. The physical soul, spirit will, and even the inner world were all undergoing a slow transformation. Once the transformation reached a critical point, the final breakthrough could occur, completely entering the 10th rank. During this period, it was best for an evolver not to exert full effort, as it could impact the progress of their transformation. After completely traversing the 9th layer, Lin Yuan had waited until the end of the Xianhuang secret realm before attempting the breakthrough, fearing that something unexpected might happen during the transformation period. Breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank, once it began, not only Lin Yuan's main body would transform, but his 2 primordial spirits would as well. It originally required 60 years. Now, at most 20 years, I can reach the peak of transformation and then break through, Lin Yuan said immediately. At the very least, this being's chance of making the ultimate leap in the future was somewhat greater than that of other 11th rank lives. The universal origin will favors human civilization too much. That event where countless treasures fell from the sky granted human civilization the most critical of those treasures. And now another evolver has emerged who comprehended the rule of time at 10th rank? And what about the Galaxy Master? One ultimate being after another quietly pondered to themselves. They wanted to eradicate the life that had comprehended the rule of time, but for the time being, they could not pinpoint the exact location. All they knew was it was within human civilization territory. And the expanse of human civilization territory was vast and widespread. Even for the supreme beings, searching inch by inch would take a considerable amount of time. What's more, the ultimates of human civilization would not allow different species supreme beings to search at will. Lin Yuan's breakthrough had drawn the attention of numerous 11th rank lives and ultimate existences. However, including those ultimate existences, it was merely presumed to be a breakthrough from 10th to 11th rank. Nevertheless, this 10th rank life had comprehended the rule of time and received an early infusion of the chaos void origin. Though it was somewhat unexpected, similar events had occurred in the past, so it was not too shocking. However, within the Milky Way star region, Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked towards the depths of the spatial layers, where a rift had reached 10 light-years, infinitely infused with chaos void origin. The breath from outside the universe spread, profound and mysterious. The two supreme beings could vaguely see that outside the chaos void, a great amount of chaos chi roiled. The surging chaos void origin seemed to be pouring out, cascading down, and then absorbed by Lin Yuan. The chaos void origin, capable of bursting both 9th and 10th rank evolvers, entered Lin Yuan's body like into a deep abyss, without causing the slightest reaction. Like a black hole, Lin Yuan frenziedly absorbed the origin infusion from the chaos void. Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being stood in shock, motionless for a long time. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Sudden increase in strength. Please subscribe. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, whether it be an 11th rank life or an ancient god, or even the ultimate existences, they were all certain it was a 10th rank who had comprehended the rule of time, currently breaking through to tier 11. Because the fissure in the universe that had been torn open and the chaos void origin that was pouring in were much lower than the shock of an 11th rank peak reaching its ultimate state. But the Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being knew it was not so. The cause of such a grand disturbance was merely the Galaxy Master breaking through to the 10th rank. From the 9th rank breaking through to the 10th rank. This left both Supreme Beings somewhat bewildered. Even though they had high expectations for Lin Yuan, thinking that the gap torn during the breakthrough would be around 10 million miles. This was already overestimating Lin Yuan, for normally, a 9th rank breakthrough to the 10th rank would tear a gap in the universe of only about 1 million miles. A special 9th rank might manage to tear a 2 to 3 million mile gap, but that was the limit. And the aforementioned gaps torn during a breakthrough were merely internal gaps within the universe, infused with the origin source of the universe. However, comprehending the rule of time and having a complete, independent inner world, the fissure torn in the universe would connect to the external chaos void. The quality of chaos void origin is far higher than that of the universe's origin source, and if the Galaxy Master hadn't developed over 200 million spatial layers, the Xiaqin Supreme Being might even think that the gap torn during the breakthrough was less than 1 million miles. The gap torn in the universe over 12 light-years, chaos void origin infusion, such disturbance, shouldn't appear when breaking from the 9th rank to the 10th rank, right? Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked puzzled. It wasn't that they doubted Lin Yuan, but they found the scene before them somewhat incredible. A temporal life that had comprehended the rule of time, when breaking through to tier 11, could potentially tear a gap in the universe up to 10 light-years. But that would be at the 10th rank, having gone through a 9th rank breakthrough. Even if it were only infused with the universe's origin source, it would still result in a tremendous metamorphosis of their physical soul, spirit will, and inner world. Additionally, during the 10th rank, various fusion rules were constantly comprehended and absorbed into the inner world, significantly enhancing the inner world's accumulated foundation. And these enhancements could not be made up for by merely developing an extra 1 or 200 million spatial layers. When a 9th rank life develops more spatial layers, it can indeed add some foundation for stepping into the 10th rank, but it's only a bit. The various fusion rules comprehended during the 10th rank, especially the fusion of pillar-level rules, would offer greater assistance to a 10th rank life. The Galaxy Master had only comprehended the rule of time and had not yet discovered even a single pillar-level fusion rule, so how could he withstand the infusion of so much chaos void origin? Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being were full of doubts in their hearts, but the commotion of the breakthrough before their eyes was real and genuine, with an endless downpour of chaos void origin. This little guy must have a big secret. Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being glanced at each other. It's likely that the strength he's showing now in the Xianhuang secret realm is just for show. Given the amount of chaos void origin that Lin Yuan is bearing now, the Galaxy Master's accumulated foundation at the 9th rank must be incredibly strong. If he had only developed 200 million spatial layers, how could he possibly bear the infusion of so much chaos void origin? Excellent. 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 Xiaqin Supreme Being's eyes shone bright. Originally, he thought that Lin Yuan comprehending the rule of time at the 9th rank had already been a huge surprise. But there were even greater surprises yet to come. Given the commotion Lin Yuan had caused during his breakthrough, it seemed that upon entering the 10th rank, he would be comparable to those at the peak 10th rank on the grade A list. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being also smiled. The two Supreme Beings did not blame the Galaxy Master for having concealed anything from them. To grow, it was necessary to hide oneself. Before the beginning of the Starry Sea era, human civilization's long years of lying dormant were also spent desperately hiding itself. Not hide? In its weaker days, human civilization would have been divided up by the different species and supreme beings already. As for the great secrets and great opportunities on Lin Yuan, Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being didn't care. No matter how great the secret, could it compare to the grand secrets once obtained by human civilization? No matter how great the opportunity, could it compare to the grand opportunities once obtained by human civilization? Deep within the spatial layers, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, above his head, the 12 light-year-wide gap connecting to the chaos void rapidly healed. The time for bearing origin source infusion during a breakthrough from 9th rank to 10th rank was fixed at 333 seconds. Hence, the more profound the foundation of the breaking 9th rank, the larger the gap would be. Under the same duration, to satisfy different foundations of 9th rank life breaking through to the 10th rank, the only variable is the size of the gap. The larger the gap, the more origin source is infused in 333 seconds. The gap Lin Yuan tore in the universe during his breakthrough reached 12 light-years. Even though the duration remained only 333 seconds, the amount of origin source obtained was immeasurable. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt as if he was stuffed. His true body, both primordial spirit avatars, were all stuffed full. Finally stepped into the 10th rank. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his spirit invigorated. Even the most ordinary 10th rank, after experiencing the infusion of the universe's origin source, would see their strength increase by 100 or 1,000 times compared to their 9th rank state. And Lin Yuan had experienced an infusion of chaos void origin, naturally attaining a greater increase, his physical soul, spirit will, and inner world, all reaching new heights. Just the commotion I caused during the breakthrough must not have been small, right? Lin Yuan glanced at the space above, where the gap had completely healed. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1. Sudden increase in strength. Please subscribe. _2. Normally, a 9th rank existence breaking through to the 10th rank wouldn't cause such a disturbance. It merely attracts the infusion of the cosmic origin source from a million miles around. Not to mention those at the 11th rank, even a supreme being would hardly notice. Breaking through from 10th rank to 11th rank? If it still triggers an infusion of the cosmic origin source, the amount of disturbance it causes is still insignificant. Choosing a deserted star domain to break through, one could pass through completely unnoticed. And a 10th rank understanding the rule of time breaking through to 11th rank? Since the beginning of this cosmic era, such occurrences can be counted on one hand. Such 10th rank beings will seek the protection of a supreme being before breaking through. Just like how Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being set up a space-time barrier for Lin Yuan's breakthrough. Human civilization, the insect race, the Tianyu clan, and other peak clans don't wish to see an ultimate being emerge from outside their own races, but the 12th rank life of the Star Alliance does not share this view. The Star Alliance is a force composed within the cosmic starry skies by many special existences to resist the oppression of peak clans. Their supreme beings are very willing to protect powerful beings with no background. As for breaking through from the 11th rank to the ultimate, the resulting disturbance far exceeds what happened when Lin Yuan broke through. But an 11th rank being making the ultimate leap cannot be influenced by external forces. At that time, 11th rank beings will try to fully break free from the constraints of the river of time. If a supreme being were to interfere during this period, it would be tantamount to contending against the entire river of time. Such backlash would even be unbearable for a supreme being. And once the assault on the ultimate begins, there are only two outcomes: success,
Death.
Xiaqin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan took the initiative to step out from the spatial layers. More than a decade ago, when the Xiaqin Supreme Being reached the Milky Way star region, he had informed Lin Yuan, telling him to transform at ease. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yuan was undistracted. But now that he had completely entered the 10th rank, it was natural to meet with the Xiaqin Supreme Being. After all, this Supreme Being had guarded the Milky Way star region for nearly 20 years, which counted as placing great importance on Lin Yuan.
Whoosh.
Lin Yuan took a step forward, and his figure appeared outside the Milky Way star region. At this moment, there were two figures standing there quietly: Xiaqin Supreme Being and the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Of the 9 supreme beings in human civilization, even if he hadn't witnessed them all, he was naturally aware of their outer appearances. Tower Master Xiaqin, Tower Master Yudi. Lin Yuan bowed slightly. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization each preside over one of the 9 evolution towers and can also be addressed as Tower Masters. The 2 supreme beings, wearing smiles, looked at Lin Yuan and scrutinized him for a moment. Lin Yuan, you really surprised me, Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a trace of emotion. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being beside him nodded slightly too. As a supreme being, free from the river of time at the 12th rank level, what scene had they not seen, what thing had they not experienced? But with this little fellow Lin Yuan, they kept being shocked one after the other. Supreme beings, Lin Yuan hesitated, intending to first reveal a count of the spatial layers he opened, lightly disclosing some information. As for the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan faintly sensed it was of great importance, and no matter the situation, he absolutely could not acknowledge possessing this treasure. No need to explain. Xiaqin Supreme Being waved his hand. It's quite normal for you to have secrets. I have secrets, and so does Yudi. Xiaqin Supreme Being's smile widened as he looked at Lin Yuan. At his level, he simply couldn't be bothered to investigate thoroughly. It was enough that Lin Yuan was a human evolver. Yes. Lin Yuan immediately responded. I'm not sure about your current strength. Xiaqin Supreme Being scrutinized Lin Yuan, pondering for a while before speaking, but you should be comparable to a grade A tier 10, right? The standard for a grade A tier 10 is the comprehension of a new rule after the fusion of 2 pillar-level fusion rules. Although Lin Yuan had not yet grasped such fusion rules, his foundation was too profound, similar to the notion of one force breaking myriad laws. More or less, Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan felt that his current strength even exceeded that of an ordinary grade A tier 10. It couldn't be helped. After thoroughly understanding the rule of time, and with his inner world fully independent, followed by the chaos void origin infusion, the enhancement Lin Yuan received was far beyond expectations. Very good. A smile emerged on Xiaqin Supreme Being's face. With the magnitude of human civilization, adding another grade A tier 10 being wasn't a big deal. At most, it would affect the local situations on large battlefields, nothing more. However, Lin Yuan's strength, comparable to grade A tier 10, was not the same as a normal grade A tier 10. Whether it was human civilization or other different species, all grade A tier 10 beings had reached the limit of strength and potential. Aside from breaking through to tier 11, there was no space for further improvement. But Lin Yuan? Having just stepped into the 10th rank, he was already comparable to grade A tier 10. What would happen once he mastered various fusion rules, or even the pillar-level fusion rules? If an 11th rank powerhouse didn't intervene, who could be Lin Yuan's opponent? But don't get cocky. Xia Qin's Supreme Being's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Our expectation for you is not to remain at the 10th rank or even the 11th rank. It is the ultimate, the 12th rank. Xia Qin's Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, and the smile on the feather butterfly Supreme Being's face had also faded. In the cosmic starry sky, what measures the strength and weakness of the Peak Clan's foundations is always the combat power of the Supreme Beings. Without becoming a Supreme Being, one is ultimately just a being within the river of time, bound by the limits of lifespan, fated to grow old and die one day. No matter how unprecedented Lin Yuan's talent and qualifications are, only by entering the realm of the 12th rank level can he maintain eternity. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 1 Surge in Strength. Please subscribe. _3. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He was equally eager to become the ultimate. To begin with, only by stepping into that level could one truly have self-preservation power. As for now, relying on the power of human civilization was also enough to ensure self-preservation. But between relying on external power and one's own abilities, Lin Yuan preferred the latter. After stepping into the 10th rank, your inner world will establish a connection with the origin source of the universe and will naturally and slowly evolve. So what you need to do now is to enlighten as many fusion rules as possible and then integrate them into your inner world to enhance its foundation. Xia Qin's Supreme Being spoke. Enlighten more fusion rules. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. The more fusion rules a 10th rank strong one enlightens, the stronger their power is assumed to be. In theory, even among grade A tier 10s, there is a clear distinction in strength. A grade A tier 10 who has enlightened one pillar-level fusion rule is clearly weaker than a grade A tier 10 who has enlightened two. Moreover, distinguishing between someone who has created a new rule after fusing 3 pillar rules and another who did so with only 2 is also quite easy. Even involving the rule of time with basic rules in fusion can significantly enhance the methods available to a grade A tier 10. The rule of time, even when merged with an ordinary rule, can produce might far surpassing that of a new rule formed by the fusion of 2 pillar rules. Right. Actually, even at tier 11, it's mainly about fusing more rules. However, an 11th rank life fuses the rule of time with the space rules. If possible, the more pillar rules fused, the greater the benefits. Xia Qin's Supreme Being nodded. Chaos rules. Lin Yuan couldn't help asking. You actually know about chaos rules? Xia Qin's Supreme Being was astonished. Human civilization couldn't possibly know about chaos rules without that enormous opportunity falling from beyond the universe. I once obtained a little information about chaos rules at a place of opportunity within the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan said, half-truthfully. The matter of chaos rules, indeed, was something he learned from within the Xianhuang secret realm. Nevertheless, it wasn't from a place of opportunity, but rather from the spirit of the mysterious realm, the 6-armed silhouette who spoke to him. It came from that Xianhuang emperor who had vanished for endless ages. The Xianhuang secret realm was indeed left by an incredibly powerful being, so it's normal that he had some information about the chaos rules. Xia Qin's Supreme Being didn't think too much of it. Extrapolating from the present to the past, Xia Qin's Supreme Being was aware that Lin Yuan's strength while he was in the Xianhuang secret realm was significantly reserved. Under such circumstances, Entering a place of opportunity that defies common sense and obtaining high-level information was nothing strange. An 11th rank life would indeed greatly benefit from enlightening the chaos rules when challenging the ultimate, Xiaqin Supreme Being said with a hint of sentiment, but don't pursue this matter too much. For an 11th rank life, to enlighten chaos rules is almost impossible. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed. The disturbance he caused during his breakthrough had already confirmed his innate potential. Even so, Xiaqin Supreme Being still didn't believe Lin Yuan could enlighten the chaos rules, obviously indicating the extreme difficulty of the task. By the way, announcing the advancement to 10th rank can wait a few more years, Xiaqin Supreme Being said. The commotion caused by your breakthrough was immense. Those alien strong ones from the outside world believe that our human civilization has given birth to an 11th rank evolver who has thoroughly understood the rule of time. So, I plan to go with the flow and first announce that a reclusive evolver of human civilization has comprehended the rule of time and then has broken through to Tier 11 in the Central Star Domain. Xiaqin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Comprehending the rule of time at 10th rank, although inconceivable, there were precedents after all. The reactions of those alien strong ones wouldn't be too severe. But comprehending the rule of time at 9th rank? And causing such a big disturbance during the breakthrough? Those alien strong ones would probably become restive, seeking all means to target Lin Yuan, while the human supreme beings would pay more attention to Lin Yuan and not let those alien strong ones succeed. It was still better to avoid such incidents if possible. Can it really be concealed? Lin Yuan was quite curious. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that a breakthrough from 9th to 10th rank could cause such a grand disturbance. Xiaqin Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan. The look the feather butterfly Supreme Being beside him cast towards Lin Yuan also flashed with astonishment. Compared to the illusion that human civilization is about to present to other species, the true truth is even more unbelievable, isn't it? All right. Now that you've stepped into 10th rank, I should be going back. Familiarize yourself well with the power after 10th rank, Xiaqin Supreme Being said, then vanished from view. Even a normal breakthrough from 9th to 10th rank would lead to an infusion from the universe's origin source. Everything about oneself would be significantly improved, so the most important thing for a newcomer to 10th rank is to adapt to the surge in power. Lin Yuan's induction was beyond 100 times that of the origin source of the universe, from the chaos void origin, and the amount was unfathomable. The magnitude of his strength's increase was also well beyond what is normal for a 9th to 10th rank ascension by tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of times. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan one last time before she, too, disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan turned and returned to the Milky Way main star. Because the Supreme Beings intervened to isolate spacetime, none of the evolvers in the Milky Way star region noticed. Not even the 8th layer administrators on the galactic star knew that their Star Lord had become a 10th rank evolver. Whoosh! Inside the Star Lord's Great Hall, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. He then sat down cross-legged. Having broken through to 10th rank, Lin Yuan went to see Xiaqin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being immediately, not even having the chance to carefully compare his own changes in strength. Now was a good time to slowly feel them out. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 2 Chikuan Star Lord. 9th rank. This is 9th rank. Please subscribe. My physical body and soul have both skyrocketed by 1,000-fold. Lin Yuan was carefully savoring the sense of control brought about by his powerful physical form and soul. At this moment, he was like a colossal celestial body. If he released his suppression, all matter within several light years would turn to dust and then orbit around him. With my current state, even if I only used the strength of my physical body, a single punch would be enough to shatter layers upon layers of space. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. The thousand-fold amplification of Lin Yuan's physical body and soul wasn't based on an ordinary ninth-stage peak. It was based on a terrifying physical body that had been strengthened by the mysterious gourd, with a fundamental increase of over 20 times. Moreover, the world force derived from his vast inner world was constantly nurturing Lin Yuan's physical body and soul at every moment. Add to that, the martial Tao cultivation system was inherently skilled at tempering the physical body. That is to say, even before breaking through to the 10th rank, Lin Yuan's physical strength was already hundreds to thousands of times that of a peer at the same 9th rank. No wonder, I've only heard of 8th layer invincibles surviving against 9th rank powerhouses, but never of a 9th rank managing to survive against a 10th rank. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The increase was far too great. Even if other 10th rank powerhouses only sustained infusion from the universe's origin source, they were far superior to any life on the 9th rank. Even special 9th rank beings had no power to fight back in front of a powerhouse who had just entered the 10th rank. The higher you go, the wider the gap between realms becomes. It's like this from the 9th to the 10th rank, from the 10th to the 11th rank, and so is the gap between the 11th rank and the ultimate existences. Lin Yuan thought silently. Especially from the 11th rank to the ultimate, it was a chasm of whether or not one had broken free from the shackles of the river of time. Despite there being extremely powerful and ancient 11th rank lives in the cosmic starry skies, which possess the confidence that makes ultimate beings hesitant to take action against them, such as the Mother of the Tree Realm. However, this hesitation doesn't mean that these ancient and powerful 11th rank lives can withstand the methods of ultimate beings, but rather they can obliterate themselves before an ultimate being comes close to completely destroying them, leaving the ultimate existences to return empty-handed. Inner world. Lin Yuan dispatched a thread of his consciousness to descend into his inner world as an incarnation. After sustaining the infinite chaos void origin, Lin Yuan's inner world showed no drastic changes in terms of size at first glance. But within the world itself, a significant transformation had occurred in all aspects. To put it simply, it was much like the difference between the central divine continent and the spirit realm. Space became more stable, and the rules more balanced. A strike of the same might created gulches spanning thousands of miles in the inner world at the 9th rank, but in the present inner world, perhaps it could only split a boulder? I can feel that, after receiving the Chaos Void Origins infusion, my inner world has made a connection with the Chaos Void, thereby improving moment by moment. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even without Lin Yuan taking any action, the layers of spatial realms within his inner world were being slowly developed. Lin Yuan's inner world was entirely independent and could slowly absorb the power of the Chaos Void. Other 10th rank evolvers were a bit inferior, able to absorb only the power of the main universe, but probably not much different from Lin Yuan's current state. The spatial layers were unfolding slowly of their own accord. It was just much slower in terms of speed. This is also why 10th rank powerhouses didn't care about how many spatial layers their inner worlds had. Because at the 10th rank level, the inner worlds would actively synchronize with the main universe, Chaos Void, which would autonomously develop spatial layers. Certain ancient 10th rank lives had an inner world with spatial layer counts that could reach hundreds of millions or even billions of layers. In such cases, some 9th rank powerhouses intentionally developed more spatial layers to receive more of the universe's origin infusion. A normal 9th rank powerhouse transcending to the 10th rank would tear open a gap millions of miles wide for the universe's origin infusion, whereas special 9th ranks that had developed tens of millions of spatial layers would tear a 2 to 3 million mile gap upon ascending to the 10th rank. Given that the time spent in breakthrough remained at 333 seconds, the difference in the amount of main universe origin infusion received by the two was like night and day. This is the greatest benefit of developing more spatial layers at the 9th rank. Lin Yuan had developed more than 23 billion layers in his spatial realms. The direct size of his inner world also exceeded 200 million miles. Combining various factors, the gap torn in the universe reached 12 light-years. The resulting infusion of chaos void origin was immeasurable, allowing Lin Yuan's strength to increase far beyond expectations. My current true combat power is roughly equivalent to 3 to 5 Black Star Lords. Lin Yuan gauged his own strength and made an objective assessment. The Black Star Lord was a veteran grade A tier 10, having understood 2 pillar-level fusion rules. Although Lin Yuan had yet to comprehend one such pillar-level rule, the power he wielded was too formidable. If the Black Star Lord indeed faced Lin Yuan, the outcome would be the Black Star Lord's full-force attack wouldn't break through Lin Yuan's defense. And a casual strike from Lin Yuan, if it even grazed or brushed against him, would leave the Black Star Lord spitting blood from serious injuries. Elemental body. Lin Yuan thought of this physical body divine ability from the world of gods. The combat among 10th rank powerhouses mainly depended on the strength of their fusion rules. And fusion rules are also rules, simply a perfect counter for the elemental body. After getting somewhat accustomed to the changes in himself, Lin Yuan moved his thoughts, and his 2 primordial spirits appeared in front of him. During the period of chaos void origin infusion, the 2 primordial spirits also benefited and gained strength almost as much as the main body. You go to the large alien battlefield. Lin Yuan looked towards the Taiyang divine spirit. Having stepped into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan naturally planned to visit the large alien battlefield. Putting other things aside, at the very least, the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force there would be much faster than at medium-sized otherworldly battlefields. After breaking through to the 10th rank, the last bit of threat from the large alien battlefields to Lin Yuan gradually disappeared. As long as the supreme beings of different species didn't take action against him, he had nothing to fear. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Under the operation of the ultimate beings like Xia Qin Supreme Being and others, the news of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 10th rank finally began to go public. Actually, if it were not made public soon, the outside world would also speculate whether the Galactic Star Lord had stepped into the 10th rank. With the strength Lin Yuan showed in the Xianhuang secret realm, breaking through to the 10th rank should not be difficult for him. 10th rank. Did Lin Yuan really step into the 10th rank? 200 years, a 10th rank evolver in less than 200 years. Our Kanglin star has actually given birth to an existence like Lin Yuan. After years of development, Kanglin star was already not much inferior to the main stars of some star systems, but still celebrated wildly upon learning that Lin Yuan had become a 10th rank evolver. Many young citizens of Kanglin Star had no idea what it meant to be a 10th rank evolver, but the fact that their own planet had produced such a great person was exhilarating to them. In the virtual world, Lin Yuan was chatting leisurely with the Black Star Lord, the Lustrous Star Master, and several other grade A tier 10 beings. Galactic Star Lord, when you broke through to the 10th rank and experienced the infusion of the origin source of the universe, how did it feel? The Black Star Lord couldn't help but ask. This was also the biggest difference from the previous breakthroughs. 10th rank evolvers had already set one foot at the peak beneath the supreme beings. They could receive the gifts of the origin from the main universe. This was an unprecedented great opportunity, and even for the most amazing evolvers, they would experience it at most 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. Not bad, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Although it had been 5 years since he had entered the 10th rank, the sensation of the chaos void origin infusion still made Lin Yuan quite addicted. The feeling that everything about oneself was crazily improving under the origin infusion was highly addictive. Ha ha ha. A smile appeared on the Black Star Lord's face. The Lustrous Star Master beside him also wore a smile. If the Galactic Star Lord, who had not yet entered the 10th rank, was something they only valued for his potential, now the Galactic Star Lord had broken through to the 10th rank and stood at the same height as them. With the talent and aptitude of the Galactic Star Lord, reaching grade A was only a matter of time. The major powers in the outside world estimated that in at most a few thousand years, human civilization would have another grade A tier 10 being. What the Black Star Lord and the Lustrous Star Master didn't know was that Lin Yuan's current strength had already surpassed tier 10 grade A, and in a few thousand years, Lin Yuan would probably have already stepped into tier 11. In the Ziyun star domain, the great peak master of the Red Kuan lineage sat in the grand hall, with numerous pieces of information flickering across the light screen in front of him, mostly about the galactic star lord stepping into the 10th rank. Little junior brother has become 10th rank. The great peak master touched his nose and shook his head. I remember back then, I stepped into the 8th rank just before my junior brother did. Now, I'm still struggling in the early 8th rank, and my junior brother has already reached the 10th rank. The great senior brother felt a suffocating sensation. The little guy who needed his protection to even break through to the 6th rank had now grown to become a pillar of human civilization that would continue to grow into the future. Thank goodness I got along well with my junior brother back then. A smile spread across the great senior brother's face. After stepping into the 8th rank, he was in charge of a star domain, and the surrounding star lords were all trying to befriend him, banking on the face of the galactic star lord, of course. In the Wanyang star domain, Wanyang Holy Sun looked at the message in front of him. His mentality had completely changed. 13 Peak Master has become 10th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun rubbed his forehead. The 13 Peak Master whom he once regarded as his goal had now grown to be a giant that even his own teacher had to look up to? No, that's not right. Wanyang Star Lord was but an invincible 8th rank, facing a 10th rank evolver. He couldn't look up to him, even if he wanted to. But no matter how monstrous 13 Peak Master is, what can he do about it? Didn't he lose to me once in the arena match? Wanyang Holy Sun thought cheerfully. Just this incident alone would give him, Wanyang Holy Sun, bragging rights for the second half of his life, and even the Wanyang Star Lord could only watch enviously. Time flew by. Another 2 years passed in a blink. Chikuan Star Domain, Chikuan Main Star. A majestic spatial fluctuation began to permeate, and a gigantic starry sky wanderer Kuan slowly wandered among the various spatial layers outside the main star. The next moment, this starry sky wanderer Kuan rapidly shrank, transforming into an old man wearing a red robe. 9th rank. This is the 9th rank. The Chikuan Star Lord cried tears of joy, overwhelmed with excitement, silently feeling the power from the many spatial layers. After more than 100 years of seclusion, he finally took that step and entered the 9th rank. 30,000 years and I, Chikuan, have also stepped into the 9th rank. The Chikuan Star Lord wept, and with the starry sky wanderer Kuan's affinity with space, he had just stepped into the 9th rank and had already opened nearly 1,000 spatial layers. Now, in front of my disciple, I can finally hold my head up. The Chikuan Star Lord restrained his aura. After Lin Yuan entered the 9th rank, his teacher had remained at the 8th rank. This had put a lot of pressure on the Chikuan Star Lord. Although human civilization was no stranger to disciples surpassing their masters, the Chikuan Star Lord also cared about his dignity. Now that the Chikuan Star Lord had stepped into the 9th rank, he felt a bit more confident. Thinking this, the Chikuan Star Lord began to connect to the virtual world, intending to announce his successful breakthrough and to catch up on what had happened in human civilization during his 100 years of seclusion. However, he felt somewhat bewildered upon getting updated. Not understanding was one thing, but understanding left the Chikuan Star Lord somewhat astonished. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3. The cycle of life and death goes on. Please subscribe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commotion caused by the Chikuan Star Lord's successful breakthrough immediately caught the attention of many powerful beings on the main star. All the Peak Masters sensed it at once and hurried towards the location of the Chikuan Star Lord. There are 13 Peak Masters in the lineage of Red Kuan, with the Great Peak Master and 13 Peak Masters stationed in other star domains. Only 11 Peak Masters remain on the main star. At this moment, with the powerful aura of the Chikuan Star Lord spreading, 10 Peak Masters were quickly approaching. Teacher, have you made a breakthrough? Congratulations on advancing to the 9th rank, teacher. The peak masters, upon seeing the Chikuan Star Lord standing with hands behind his back and eyes closed, offered their congratulations one after another. As disciples of the Chikuan Star Lord, the more powerful their teacher became, the more benefits they naturally reaped. In human civilization, the bond between master and disciple is even closer than that of kin, for becoming master and disciple means their life levels won't differ too much.
They can endure the long years side by side. But kin?
How many of them are still alive, those who are kin to 10th rank evolvers, 11th rank evolvers? Even the kin of supreme beings have mostly died, and while supreme beings can swim against the current, resurrecting past beings. However, if they died due to the end of their natural lifespan, even if they were resurrected by force, they would die once again when their time was up. To achieve eternity, one must become a 12th rank life, stepping out of the river of time. You have arrived. The Chikuan Star Lord glanced at the numerous peak masters and nodded slightly. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, having just connected his consciousness to the virtual world and received countless pieces of information from the past 100 years. The most dazzling was naturally the Galaxy Master. Within the Xianhuang secret realm, he unleashed a massacre, with his power alone, forcing the 9th rank powerhouses of several opposing peak clans of human civilization to willingly die within the secret realm. Years later, he stepped into the 10th rank and stood near the pinnacle just below the supreme beings. My disciple. The Chikuan Star Lord fell silent. Initially, he had merely suggested that Lin Yuan explore the open Xianhuang secret realm to see if he could figure out any connection between the Xianhuang evolutionary path and the secret realm itself. He had never anticipated Lin Yuan would cause such a stir. Back when the Chikuan Star Lord entered the Xianhuang secret realm, he was extremely cautious, for an 8th-layer invincible being belonged. A thought flickered through Lin Yuan's mind. The Taiyin primordial spirit immediately descended upon the Xianhuang secret realm. After becoming the master of the Xianhuang secret realm and with the Xianhuang seal, Lin Yuan could enter the Xianhuang secret realm from any location in the universe. As for getting out, apart from those fixed 333 secret realm exits, one can also establish a guiding mark between themselves and the Xianhuang secret realm, serving as a connection and pull. Lin Yuan had already established that long ago, using his true body as the guiding mark for when he exits. Previously, when the Xianhuang secret realm was closed, he exited along with the other 9th rank evolvers to create a scenario that he too left the Xianhuang secret realm. Xianhuang secret realm. The Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit descended once again. Master. The 6-armed silhouette appeared, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight hint of confusion, and asked, "I want to test my strength again," Lin Yuan said directly. "Okay," the 6-armed silhouette nodded. Although unclear why Lin Yuan wanted to repeat the process, the 6-armed silhouette would only follow the commands of its master. "What is this secret realm's limit of endurance?" Lin Yuan asked before acting. "Limit of endurance?" The 6-armed silhouette pondered for a moment. Attacks below the ultimate shouldn't be a problem. The reason why the Xianhuang secret realm could evade the lockdown of a supreme being was because of the technique of blending into the gaps within the countless spatial layers of the main universe. As for the Xianhuang secret realm itself, it had no ability to block supreme beings. However, while it couldn't stop a supreme being, the secret realm was more than sufficient to withstand attacks from 11th rank life forms. "Then that's good," Lin Yuan nodded. "I have just understood a type of fusion rule and want to try it out. You help me see if the power has reached the threshold of 11th rank." Lin Yuan finished speaking and raised his right hand, lightly pressing towards the front. The terrifying power of the life rule and death rule, after fusing, began to burst forth, the breath of both extreme rules continuously infiltrating the numerous spatial layers, vaguely starting to affect the stability of the Xianhuang secret realm. The 6-armed silhouette's expression changed slightly. "Master, you can't continue attacking," the 6-armed silhouette hurriedly said. Lin Yuan also noticed the changes in the Xianhuang secret realm. When he exerted the life and death samsara rule in an attack, it was far from shaking the Xianhuang's secret realm, but it produced a continuous and lingering influence on the core essence of the realm. Indeed, the life and death samsara rule is formidable, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. With the foundation of his strength, the destructive power he unleashed under the life and death samsara rule had definitely reached the threshold of Tier 11. Master, that strike just now reached the Tier 11 threshold, the six-armed silhouette immediately said. At the same time, a trace of shock appeared on its face. Just entering the 10th rank and already capable of delivering such a terrifying strike, was this still a 10th rank life? I know, Lin Yuan said, feeling quite pleased. However, although that strike reached the Tier 11 threshold, it's still a bit weaker compared to a true 11th rank powerhouse. The so-called Tier 11 threshold simply refers to a casual strike from a powerhouse who has just entered the Tier 11 level. But Lin Yuan wasn't discouraged, after all. How long had it been since he stepped into the 10th rank? To achieve this extent was already impressive, and after several decades or centuries, challenging an 11th rank powerhouse would be entirely possible. Virtual world. After Lin Yuan grasped the life and death samsara rule, he joined Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master for a casual chat. Galaxy Master. Your 10th rank celebration is almost catching up to the grandeur of Naelin's Tier 11 celebration, Black Star Lord laughed. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic, Lin Yuan said, with a smile on his face. After stepping into the 10th rank, Lin Yuan also held a 10th rank celebration, and as a result, he received various congratulations and celebrations. Evolvers of the 10th and 11th rank from human civilization, as well as many powers, all sent their congratulations. Of course, along with the congratulatory letters, the gifts were naturally quite significant. Even Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master sent over quite a generous gift. After the celebration, Lin Yuan, just in gift money, had received 7 to 8 million cubic universe crystals. That's because the one holding the celebration is the Galaxy Master, someone remarked. When I broke through to the 10th rank and had my celebration, it wasn't of this scale, Black Star Lord said, shaking his head. The potential of the Galaxy Master was limitless, and with the talents and capabilities he had shown so far, entering Tier 11 was a sure thing. Hence, many evolvers and powers naturally sent gifts. Black Star Lord, at the time of his own entry into the 10th rank, had a celebration that was only a bit more lively than normal, and at that time, Black Star Lord's displayed potential was far from what Lin Yuan was showing now. When you hold your Tier 11 celebration, it will definitely surpass mine, Lin Yuan immediately said. I hope so, Black Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. He too longed to step into Tier 11, but to take that step, accumulation alone wasn't enough. If it weren't for the stimulus provided by Lin Yuan leading to a change in mindset, it might have taken Naelin tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to make the breakthrough, and even then, it would only be a possibility. After chatting with Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Master for a while longer, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Now that I've grasped the life and death samsara rule, I might as well go and explore the Black Planet, Lin Yuan thought. The Black Planet was a mysterious planet that Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit had stumbled upon while returning from the Xianhuang's secret realm. There were 12 doors in the center of the planet, and the prerequisite to enter each door was understanding a pillar-level fusion rule. Lin Yuan remembered that one of the doors required the life and death samsara rule as its pillar-level fusion rule. The Black Planet. Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. According to the goddess of wisdom's explanation, the Black Planet came from an ancient past, from an event where countless treasures descended from outside the universe. The rise of human civilization was greatly attributed to this, as it was said they obtained part of a key treasure's heritage. Therefore, Lin Yuan paid great attention to that Black Planet. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit appeared and then vanished in an instant, rushing towards the star domain where the Black Planet was located. Desolate star domain. Outside a seemingly ordinary Black Planet, Lin Yuan's figure emerged. As was his custom, he left a drop of his essence blood outside. Then he descended onto the black planet. In the center of the planet, 12 black doors stood tall, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Lin Yuan observed carefully for a while and eventually stood before one of the black doors. This door was the one corresponding to the life and death samsara rule. Only upon grasping such a pillar-level fusion rule could one enter. What should I do now? Lin Yuan stood outside the black door, his brow slightly furrowed. He then reached out, attempting to push the black door open. But the black door remained immovable. Life and death samsara rule. Lin Yuan looked at the patterns engraved on the surface of the door. The patterns were complex, but Lin Yuan understood their meaning at a glance. Grasping the life and death samsara rule is required to enter. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan tried to congeal the power of the life and death samsara rule and slowly infused it into the black door. Shortly after, under Lin Yuan's gaze, a deep voice echoed in his ear. Qualifications met for entry. The next moment, the black door began to vibrate, thunderously opening. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped inside. What is this place? Walking into the black door, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he looked around. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5. Lin Yuan's One Strike. Additional release. Seeking monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Within the black door, there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth. Contained space within the Jiezi. Lin Yuan was cautious and kept observing his surroundings. The black sphere was not large, yet the space within the door was so vast. Lin Yuan did not find it strange. It was just a deeper application of the space rules. Lin Yuan's inner world extended over 200 million miles, but was hidden within a fist-sized Qi. It was a similar principle. The suppression in this space is so strong, Lin Yuan secretly exclaimed. The massive suppression was far beyond that of the Xianhuang secret realm. Lin Yuan was now unable to even blend into the spatial layers. Over there. Lin Yuan looked ahead. Beneath his feet there was a path made of black pebbles. Aside from this path, everywhere else appeared white. It's only safe to walk along the path of black pebbles. Lin Yuan's third eye twitched as he looked toward the white area, a sense of dread rising in his heart. Yet the narrow path of black pebbles brought a sense of safety. Can't go back. Lin Yuan turned to look. He found that the door behind him had already disappeared. Now, the only option for Lin Yuan was a single path. That was to keep moving forward. So be it. At most, I'll just lose this primordial spirit. It's not unacceptable. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan directly followed the path of black pebbles. Regarding this black sphere, Lin Yuan had already informed the goddess of wisdom. The three goddesses surely knew by now. If the three goddesses knew, then the Xia-Qin Supreme Being and other ultimate existences must definitely be aware. In such a situation, if the Xia-Qin Supreme Being did not specifically inform him, it indicated that there might not be any significant danger associated with the Black Sphere. The Black Sphere was related to the distant past event where countless treasures fell into the cosmic starry sky, and human civilization had acquired the key treasure and its heritage from that event, so the Xia-Qin Supreme Being must be quite knowledgeable about the Black Sphere. The fact that the Xia-Qin Supreme Being did not actively inform Lin Yuan signified that there were no irreparable dangers present. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour went by. I feel other rule fluctuations rapidly becoming vague, and only the life and death rules are starting to become clearer. Lin Yuan noticed the changes around him. Life and death rules? Is this world related to the life and death samsara rule? Many speculations arose in Lin Yuan's heart, but they were just that, speculations. To understand clearly, he had to continue onward. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Xia-Qin Supreme Being seemed to sense something, slightly lifting his head to look towards a certain area. If Lin Yuan were present, he would have noticed that the Xia-Qin Supreme Being's gaze was directed at the star domain where the Black Sphere was located. That kid went in. A smile appeared on Xiaqin's Supreme Being's face. Hum. A figure quickly condensed beside him, the feather butterfly's Supreme Being. That heritage star probably originated from an oversight of the past. We've gone so many years without discovering it, yet that kid stumbled upon it so easily. He's really lucky. The feather butterfly Supreme Being smiled slightly. The black sphere's aura was completely concealed. Even Supreme Beings couldn't detect it unless they were within a certain proximity. Otherwise, with the perception of Supreme Beings that can see through millions and tens of millions of light years at a glance, searching the entire cosmic starry sky would not take too long. Divine treasures conceal themselves. Some treasures cannot be detected unless one is close by. Even for certain kinds of treasures, if one does not meet the criteria, they might not detect any anomalies even when close. Just like the mysterious gourd Lin Yuan possesses, if it weren't for the physical body divine ability, blood rebirth, that Lin Yuan happened to master, it's likely he would still be clueless about the use of that gourd now. Inside the heritage star, there are paths of pillar-level fusion rules that only 10th rank life can enter. If that kid can get through 3 or 4 types, he might be able to step into tier 11, said the Xiaqin Supreme Being. 3 or 4 types. The feather butterfly Supreme Being pondered for a while. Normally, a 10th rank evolver only needs to get through 1 to step into tier 11, but considering Lin Yuan's previous outstanding feats, going through 3 or 4 types is not out of the question. I just don't know how many realms of fusion rules the paths contained within that heritage star reach, the Xiaqin Supreme Being muttered to himself. According to the highest secrets owned by human civilization, heritage stars from outside the universe also vary in rank. Depending on the maximum realms reached by the contained fusion rules paths, the higher the level, the more precious it is, but the harder it is to pass through as well. Of course, to know the maximum realms, one must first traverse a path of the fusion rules. Without doing so, even Supreme Beings cannot know its limits. Supreme Beings have the means to destroy the black sphere, but such heritage stars will go into self-destruct mode if they sense an unstoppable threat. Within the black door, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Lin Yuan was walking step by step along the path made of black pebbles. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Yuan arrived in front of a black ritual altar. This place. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks and began to sense carefully. Here, he could no longer perceive fluctuations from other rules. Only the life and death rules became incredibly clear. Not sensing rule fluctuations meant he could not borrow the power of the rules. For example, the spatial rupture fusion rules that Lin Yuan comprehended came from a fusion of the space rules and the golden rules. But in this world, the efficacy of such fusion rules would be greatly weakened because he could not feel the space rules or the golden rules at all. He could only rely on the spatial rupture fusion rules he had mastered. But now, where should I go? Lin Yuan looked over the altar before him. After waiting cautiously for a while and noticing no changes, he stepped onto the altar. The moment Lin Yuan set foot on the altar, the entire altar began to shake slightly. Hum. Massive amounts of black light rapidly converged, condensing into a black-robed man with an ancient demeanor. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at the black-robed man, his expression growing slightly solemn. Greetings. I am the altar spirit, and I shall now subject you to some trials. Should you pass, you will obtain the ultimate reward for this path of fusion rules. The black-robed man's tone was calm as he looked at Lin Yuan and said slowly, the altar spirit. Lin Yuan quickly understood the position of the black-robed man. Similar to the stone statue Shinji in the demon jade space and the six-armed silhouette in the Xianhuang's secret realm. May I ask, Senior, what is the ultimate reward? Lin Yuan immediately inquired. You'll know once you go in. The black-robed man shook his head. Only those who pass the trial may know what the ultimate reward is. However, I can hint that the ultimate reward is related to the life and death samsara rule. I see. Lin Yuan's face showed realization, but inside, he was rather speechless. He naturally could speculate that the ultimate reward was related to the life and death samsara rule. Could it be that behind this door, which one could only enter upon comprehending the life and death samsara rule, lay a reward related to the Great Destruction rule? What is the trial? Lin Yuan asked again. The trial tests your mastery of the life and death samsara rule, the black-robed man stated succinctly. Presumably you have already felt that, in this world, only the fluctuations of life and death rules exist. No other rules can be perceived, the black-robed man said. Correct. Lin Yuan nodded. In short, the strongest rule that Lin Yuan could now wield was the life and death samsara rule.
Now.
The black-robed man gestured with a wave of his hand, and dozens of black stone walls descended, erecting themselves not far away. The dozens of black stone walls stood in a row from front to back. The life and death samsara rule is a rule of slaughter, and testing such a rule is based on the level of destructiveness caused. Now, operate the life and death samsara rule with all your strength and attack the black stone walls. The more walls you penetrate, the more hope you have of passing the trial, the black-robed man said directly, without mincing words. Operate with all my strength? Lin Yuan repeated. Yes. Full strength. Let me see the limit of your destructive power, said the black-robed man, giving Lin Yuan an extra glance as if he wondered why Lin Yuan would ask such a question. Don't worry. Seeing the aura of your life and death samsara rule, you must have just grasped it. Under such circumstances, even if you stimulate the life and death samsara rule with all your might, the strength that erupts will barely penetrate the first black stone wall, not to mention completely pass through, the black-robed man patiently explained. Although he had predicted the scope of destruction Lin Yuan would cause by ultimately stimulating the life and death samsara rule, it was just the scope. As for how much power, like how much of the first black stone wall would be penetrated, it still needed Lin Yuan's own effort to verify. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Since comprehending the life and death samsara rule, he had never yet fully utilized this rule in action. Even in the Xianhuang's secret realm, he had stopped as soon as he realized the impact this fusion rule had on the realm, exercising restraint. Begin. After the black-robed man spoke, he became silent. When Lin Yuan opened the outer door with a trace of life and death samsara rule's power and entered, he made a rough estimate of the power of life and death samsara rule Lin Yuan had grasped. Life and death samsara. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and stretched out his index finger, solemnly touching each black stone wall that wasn't far away with a gentle tap. The black-robed man's face was initially expressionless, but soon after, his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Lin Yuan's gently extended finger in disbelief. What? The black-robed man's pupils shrank sharply. The next moment, the power of life and death samsara instantly pierced through billions of spatial layers, tearing open a hole. The black stone walls were crushed without a doubt, and that hole continued to spread swiftly towards the distance, piercing through the entire world in an instant and moving on to even deeper realms. It wasn't until a faint vibration echoed that everything settled down. Even so, in the gray area that the hole had passed through, the power of life and death samsara continued to operate ceaselessly. Everything was distorting, and everything was being annihilated. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Xia Qin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly were leisurely chatting while observing the black star. At that moment, Xia Qin Supreme Being's complexion showed a strange change. He then looked carefully at the black star many light years away. After a moment, Xia Qin Supreme Being narrowed his eyes and spoke. Feather Butterfly, did you notice that the heritage star seemed to tremble just now? P.S. This chapter is a bonus update. Seeking a monthly vote guarantee for May. It's the beginning of the month with double benefits. Casting one monthly vote is like casting two. These 3 sentences are not charged for. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 6 Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World-Breaking Origin Force. Subscription request. There was a tremor? The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was astonished. These kinds of heritage stars were divided into three types: ninth rank spatial heritage star, 10th rank fusion rule heritage star, 11th rank fusion rule heritage star. The Black Planet was a 10th rank fusion rule heritage star, which only allowed 10th rank life to enter. Besides understanding the corresponding pillar-level fusion rules, it also had intrinsic requirements for life level. Higher 11th rank life or lower 9th rank life did not qualify. Given the weight of the 10th rank fusion rule heritage star, if it were in the external world, even an 11th rank powerhouse could not budge it by an inch. If it were inside, an attack of an 11th rank level could potentially have an impact, but that introduces a paradox. That is, 10th rank fusion rule heritage star does not allow 11th rank life to enter. 11th rank life cannot enter, and 10th rank life is far too inferior to 11th rank life. Furthermore, the heritage space inside the heritage star suppresses other rule fluctuations, only allowing the operation of corresponding fusion rules. External forces, secret treasures, and other methods are all useless. This makes each heritage star extremely stable, not subject to changes due to external forces. Therefore, Xia-Qin Supreme Being was a bit astonished. Let me take a look. The feather butterfly's Supreme Being's thoughts stirred slightly. An incarnation immediately descended outside the Black Planet. At the same time, centered on the Black Planet, the time over millions of miles range suddenly began to reverse. It was as if a scene playing at normal speed suddenly started to rewind. Time reversal. This was a secret technique that any life that thoroughly understood the rule of time could perform. However, even for Lin Yuan, the area of his time reversal was at most tens to hundreds of miles. Any more would be too much to handle, yet the time reversal area of the feather butterfly Supreme Being spanned tens of millions of miles. And this was still just an insignificant incarnation of the feather butterfly Supreme Being, who could have as many such incarnations as she wanted within the territorial scope of human civilization under the coverage of the virtual networks. Indeed, there was a tremor. The feather butterfly Supreme Being nodded slightly. Through the time reversal, she also discovered that a minor tremor had occurred in the Black Planet. Why is that so? Xia-Qin Supreme Being was somewhat surprised. The possibilities could be merely one of two. One is that there might have been an issue or an accident with the operation itself inside the Black Planet. The other possibility is that a powerhouse within the internal heritage space of the Black Planet unleashed an 11th rank level attack, exceeding the internal thresholds of the Black Planet, thus causing the recent incident. The first possibility remains unspoken for now. The second possibility? At present, Lin Yuan is the only person inside the heritage space of the Black Planet. That is to say, if this possibility is true, then the person who unleashed the 11th rank attack is Lin Yuan. But how is that possible? If the gap between 8th layer and 9th rank is 1, then the gap between 9th rank and 10th rank is 100, and between 10th rank and 11th rank, it's 10,000 to 100,000. Fighting beyond one's rank? At the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank, it might be realized by relying on one's own bloodline physique, mastery of secret techniques, and so on. But the higher the realm, the less likely such an event occurs, until it becomes impossible. Both Supreme Beings knew that when Lin Yuan broke through to 10th rank, he had endured the massive infusion of Chaos Void Origin, gaining tremendous benefits. But even significant benefits cannot change the fact that Lin Yuan is 10th rank life. Perhaps with Lin Yuan's talent and having endured so much Chaos Void Origin infusion, training to the peak of 10th rank, he might hope to elevate his attack ability to the threshold of 11th rank. But how long has it been? A normal newcomer to 10th rank as an evolver is still not completely accustomed to his newly increased power, yet Lin Yuan's attack has reached the threshold of 11th rank? This young fellow. The feather butterfly Supreme Being shook her head slightly. Ever since the two of them started paying attention to Lin Yuan, the frequency of their surprises almost matched the total of the past several million to tens of millions of years. Human civilization in the Starry Sea era has only extended over slightly more than 2 million years, but before the Starry Sea era, there were long periods of dormancy. Xia-Qin Supreme Being and Feather Butterfly Supreme Being were naturally far older than 2 million years. They were born before the long periods of dormancy. Inside the Black Planet, within the vast universe, the man in the black robe blankly stared at the terrifying scene caused by Lin Yuan's strike. The power of life and death samsara, exuding strands of terrifying aura, constantly spread towards the outside world along the holes, even distorting and erasing the space under its influence. Is this the newly comprehended life and death samsara rule? The man in the black robe was silent for a long time. At least it matches the life and death samsara rule of the second realm, or even the third realm. The man in the black robe's gaze shifted, looking at Lin Yuan, who dealt the recent strike, his mind replaying numerous scenes. As the altar spirit, he had absolute control over this space. The life and death samsara rule operated by Lin Yuan was indeed newly comprehended, merely at the early stage of the first realm. Whether it's an ordinary fusion rule or a pillar-level fusion rule, based on the depth of comprehension, it is divided from the first realm to the ninth realm. For a 10th rank evolver to break through to tier 11, the threshold is at least to comprehend one pillar-level fusion rule and cultivate this rule to the second realm. The understanding of rules is extremely difficult, let alone the fusion of rules. If understanding the inherent rules of the universe, one just needs to quietly comprehend the fluctuations of the rules. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 6. Exaggerated accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force. Subscription request, _2. Having a direction for the path ahead, although difficult, at least provided an end in sight. But fusion rules? Fusion rules were created by the strong according to their own understanding, blending different rules' characteristics. In the practice of fusion rules, every realm varied drastically. Why does the life and death samsara rule of the first realm possess such great power? The man in the black robe closely observed Lin Yuan. Without the aid of any external forces, nor any fluctuations from a secret treasure weapon, could it be his own strength? His physical vitality far exceeds that of a normal 10th rank life. The man in the black robe faintly discovered something. The tests of this world did not permit the use of any external forces. But here, external forces referred to secret treasure weapons or other high-level reserves and so on. What about one's own strength, such as physical soul and spirit will? Did that count as an external force? In the original rules of the Black Planet, it did not count as external force. Lin Yuan activated the life and death samsara rule, which he had only recently comprehended, staying at the beginning of the first realm. But his own foundation was too powerful, like the same knife, when swung with the force of 100 pounds, compared to the swing with 100 tons. The unleashed power was obviously different. And here, the knife, referred to the life and death samsara rule. The depth of understanding the life and death samsara rule certainly affected the power of this type of fusion rule. But it also related to the master of this rule. Senior, have I passed the test? Lin Yuan unleashed a strike with all his might, then immediately looked towards the man in the black robe standing not far away and asked. The man in the black robe had told him not to hold back, and Lin Yuan naturally did not hold back either. His strike was generated with full force, pouring in the vast power of his inner world, the strength of his physical vitality and soul, along with the mysterious yellow strike, cultivated to the third stage. As for the divine skill strengthening, Lin Yuan did not use it, for if he activated this divine skill, it wouldn't be a strike with all his might, but a desperate one. According to the rules, you naturally pass the test, the man in the black robe said tonelessly. The original test set by the Black Planet was, as long as Lin Yuan possessed the power of the life and death samsara rule at the peak of first realm, he could pass. This was essentially the peak that a 10th rank life could reach. What about the life and death samsara rule of the second realm? Cultivating pillar-level fusion rules to the second realm would quickly step into tier 11. Although Lin Yuan's life and death samsara rule was only beginning at the first realm in terms of understanding, the power had even reached the threshold of the third realm. That's good. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The test within the Black Planet wasn't too troublesome. Merely one strike was enough. Through that door lies the ultimate reward of this path. The man in the black robe looked at Lin Yuan for a while before speaking.
Not far away.
A black door appeared there unnoticed. Compared to the 12 massive gates on the outside, this black gate, standing only 5 meters tall, seemed rather modest. But let me remind you, any life only has one chance to enter this door. If you leave in the middle, even if you pass the test again, you cannot enter. The man in the black robe cautioned. I wonder if there is any danger inside the door? Lin Yuan asked tentatively. There is no danger. The man in the black robe shook his head. He didn't know what was inside, but he was sure there was no danger. Then, inside the door, will there be any need to use strength? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. Since you have already passed the test, there is no need for another test, the man in the black robe replied. Can I send an incarnation in? Lin Yuan thought for a moment before speaking. An incarnation, unlike an avatar, was a vessel formed by gathering a strand of spirit will and cosmic forces. Its strength was far inferior to that of the original's avatar. The man in the black robe had reminded him that once he left the door during the period, he would not be able to re-enter. Lin Yuan naturally had to be cautious. Yes, the man in the black robe nodded. Good. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. A phantom figure condensed in front of him. He immediately exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan, then stepped through the black gate. Where is this? Lin Yuan's incarnation, after a brief darkness akin to a fish leaping out of water, finally arrived at the destination. This was a space with a circumference of several miles. The left half was filled with fluctuations of life rules, the right half brimmed with death rules fluctuations. The two types of rules transformed into each other, merging together. The end of life is death, the end of death is life. Life and death samsara, an endless cycle. Fusion rules guiding the path. Lin Yuan's mind churned. Fusion rules, unlike the inherent cosmic rules, had no general direction. Understanding fusion rules was mainly up to oneself. However, nothing is absolute. If a being who had reached the 7th realm in understanding fusion rules was willing to strip their understanding, it could be crafted into such guidance paths. Just 7th realm fusion rules? Even just ordinary rules between fusion rules, reaching the 7th realm was the limit for an 11th rank life. If it was pillar-level fusion rules 7th realm, that was a domain only supreme beings could step into. The life and death samsara rule before him was indeed a pillar-level rule, which meant the present life and death samsara rule's guidance path originated from some supreme being's stripping of understanding of this kind of fusion rules. This form of stripping was a permanent removal. Even for a supreme being, it was a substantial sacrifice. Life and death samsara rule's guidance path, reaching the 4th realm. Lin Yuan briefly comprehended and concluded in his mind. The guidance path of the 4th realm meant that Lin Yuan, while comprehending the life and death samsara rule, could obtain specific guidance from the 1st to the 4th realm. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 6, Exaggerated Accumulation Speed of World-Breaking Origin Force, Seeking Subscriptions, _3. According to the degree of separation from their own insights into the fusion rules, supreme beings formed different guiding paths. Merely from the 2nd realm to the guiding path, the impact on supreme beings wasn't very significant. They could regain their cultivation by continuing to comprehend for a few thousand years. If it were a 3rd realm guiding path, it would significantly affect the supreme beings, needing at least several tens of thousands of years of recomprehension to recover. A 4th realm guiding path was the limit a supreme being could recover from. If it were a 5th realm guiding path, the stripped supreme being might as well give up on that fusion rule. What exactly is the origin of this black planet that compels a supreme being to pay such a price? Lin Yuan secretly thought. No, not right. Not one supreme being. Perhaps 12 supreme beings. Because there were 12 black gates on the black planet. Each black gate corresponded to different pillar-level fusion rules, such as the life and death samsara rule of the fourth realm guiding path that Lin Yuan could currently see. The ultimate rewards of the other 11 black gates were likely similar. Never mind. I will begin comprehending now. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and immediately started observing the rules of life and death around him. Your understanding is against heaven. Viewing the essence fusion of the life and death rules significantly boosts your comprehension of the life and death samsara rule. Merely after a brief moment of comprehension, Lin Yuan felt the bottleneck that had once trapped him dissolving. At this moment, the life and death samsara rule seemed like it had switched to easy mode for him. Based on my current speed of comprehension, in at most 50 years, I can elevate the life and death samsara rule to the second realm. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. 50 years? For a 10th rank evolver. 50 years pass in a blink. 10th rank evolvers who wish to train up to the 10th rank summit and achieve pillar-level fusion rules don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take, eventually elevating the pillar-level fusion rules to the second realm. This bottleneck has trapped a large number of 10th rank summit evolvers. The previous Nalen, as well as seasoned grade a 10th rank individuals like the Black Star Lord and Lustrous Star Lord, were also stuck here. Even for Lin Yuan, who possessed against heaven's understanding, it would probably take several hundred years to cultivate the life and death samsara rule to the second realm. But now, just 50 years? That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan wishes, he could try breaking through to Tier 11 after 50 years. What a major opportunity! Lin Yuan's mind was exhilarated. This formation of the fusion rules guiding path, involving the levels of supreme beings, had only been heard of by Lin Yuan so far, and he had never seen it. Within human civilization, there might be similar opportunities, but it would definitely require queuing. For instance, inside a black gate on the Black Planet, only one life could be admitted at any one time. For example, currently, an incarnation of Lin Yuan was comprehending the guiding path of the life and death samsara rule. Even if other 10th rank evolvers passed the test behind a gate, they would have to wait until Lin Yuan finished his comprehension before they could enter. Milky Way main star. A smile also appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Lucky, I let my incarnation go in. Otherwise, if it was an avatar, it might have been trapped there for quite some time. Normally, large alien battlefields, personally refined by supreme beings, are difficult to destroy. Even in battles between supreme being, only parts of it would be shattered at most, as they tend to avoid damaging the battlefield as much as possible when clashing. An aurora from beyond the universe? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly, said Nalen, the tower submaster. An aurora from beyond the universe shattered the entire large alien battlefield. If not for the Supreme Being's intervention, that aurora's might could have caused widespread devastation. This incident was no secret. Now the entire myriad clans of the cosmic starry sky were abuzz with it. Terrifying. Lin Yuan fell silent for a while. He had long known that the dangers on the large alien battlefields were not limited to the different species. Outside the eternal spatial rift, the many perils of the chaos void also threatened all the strong entities on the battlefield. What has become of that aurora now? Lin Yuan couldn't help asking. Not sure, replied Nalen, the tower submaster, shaking her head. It's likely fallen into the hands of a supreme being. That aurora carries the power of causal curse killing. All lives below 9th rank and 8th rank that died under the aurora, along with their avatars, perished completely. Our human civilization has lost over 1 million 9th rank and 8th rank lives because of this, Nalen added. Causal curse killing power. Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Such a widespread curse-killing power against 9th and 8th rank lives, even to a supreme being, would be a burden. So, the next date for human civilization's resurrection should be moved up, said Nalen, the tower submaster. Based on past patterns, the next time supreme beings would act to resurrect lives should be in 2,000 years. But with the collapse of a large alien battlefield, the number of evolved human civilization lives lost has suddenly surged several levels, effectively filling up the resurrection list for the next 2,000 years. Under such circumstances, supreme beings usually take action to resurrect earlier than planned. The resurrection date will be moved up? Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He wasn't entirely clueless about this. When supreme beings resurrect dead lives, it's not based on intervals of time. It's based on the number of dead lives, that is, the number of evolvers on the resurrection list. Once the number of evolvers on the resurrection list reaches the threshold, supreme beings will act to resurrect en masse. In the personal virtual world of Xia Supreme Being. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, bowing slightly to Xia Supreme Being seated on the throne. How is it? How's your comprehension of the fusion rules within the heritage star going? Xia Supreme Being asked with a smile on his face. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fableverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.